Lex, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, so I am from the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. We're here to assist public officials with complying with ethics law. Education is one of our highest priorities. So I am a trainer. We do trainings like this and write advice for public officials. Today, my goal is not for you to remember everything. It's going to be a little bit of a lot. It's going to be a lot of information, actually. But just kind of remember the 5 areas and then know that you can reach out to us. That's going to be the biggest thing. So the biggest question we get when we start bringing up ethics is, why does this matter? And it's because when they said that public officials, where they said that we are safeguarding the public trust. So ethics law was created in 1974. That was Watergate era. Everyone didn't really trust the government at that point. So ethics law was created to kind of clear that up. And that was made for it to be our responsibility as public officials. So it's our responsibility to know ethics law and to comply with it. So things like making sure we don't use our position for financial gain. Yes. Yes. Oh, so sorry. Let's make sure the online people can see our screen. Yes. Let's do that really quick. Perfect.
Paper is so much more challenging. It's like you're either all online or this. It goes so hard.
Okay. Apologies. There we go. Now everyone should be able to see that. Sorry about that. So yes, so going back to that, it's just our responsibility as public officials to safeguard that public trust. So using our official position for financial gain, we shouldn't be doing that. Making sure we know what gifts are appropriate and when we need to disclose things like conflicts of interest. So biggest things to remember is that this training is not a substitute for reviewing the specific statutes itself. You should still do that, should still know those, take a read. Very riveting information. ORS 244, very fun. But it's not legal advice either. So just remembering every situation is different, has different details. But that being said, if something does happen, you can reach out to us. OGEC is here for your help, to help you. We're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We just cannot give advice on things that have already happened because there's potential that someone has submitted a complaint. So please reach out to us before a potential violation has occurred. So if you think something is happening, you hear something about a conflict of interest, reach out to us. We can help you with that. That being said, so obviously Oregon Government Ethics Law, Chapter 244, that's a big jurisdiction for us. We also have lobby regulation law. So that's lobbyists and their clients. They have to report expenditures. And then we have public meetings law. We used to just have executive session, but as of September of last year, we now have all of public meetings law. We will be giving trainings on that later this year so that we can help all public bodies know all parts of that. So now usually you have to take a big long pre-test, but because we're giving on a different laptop, you guys get to skip that part. So woo, it'll be a little bit shorter. But we're going to learn about the 5 parts of Oregon government ethics law today. So those include, and that's going off ORS Chapter 244, as well as the OAR, which is administrative rules to help clarify those. We're going to learn about conflicts of interest, prohibited use of office, private employment, nepotism, and gifts. And just to clarify, with ethics law, this is the basic of it. OPRD does have some stricter laws and policies that we'll talk about a little bit, but just remembering if your agency does have stricter policies, you do listen to those on top of ours. So, but we'll start with some definitions because there will be some words we will hear over and over and over when talking about these, so we need to understand their definitions. First off, public official. We are all public officials. What does that mean? If you serve the state of Oregon, you are a public official. So that could be a special district, a city, county, anything like that. If you serve the state of Oregon, you're a public official. This is actually regardless of whether you are compensated or not. So there are about 260,000 public officials across the state of Oregon, many of whom are volunteer status. So police officers, school teachers, state employees, city council members, commission members, school board members, firefighters, volunteers, public library members, or not members, excuse me, public library, librarians, things like that. They would all be public officials. This is obviously important because, as we know, with being a public official, that responsibility is on our shoulders. So we need to be aware that these statutes apply to us. But these statutes also apply to our relatives. Now, the relative definition is a little bit different than who we may normally consider our relative. So the statutes define relatives to be our spouse, our children and stepchildren, our daughters and sons-in-law, our parents and our step-parents, and our siblings and step-siblings. So you can notice cousins, uncles, aunts, grandparents, grandchildren, they're not on that list. However, it does also count if you have anyone you have a support obligation to. So if you have divorced someone, but you are still paying alimony, they would be considered a relative still. Anyone that you receive benefits of their employment, or that you receive benefit of their employment, or they receive benefit of your employment. So in situations that maybe grandchildren are on health care, something like that, they would be considered a relative as well.
So I'm your daughter, son-in-law, that's daughters and sons, and they're
Yes, yes.
You left out the sons and daughters-in-law.
Oh, yes, the daughters and sons-in-law. Yes,
You
sorry.
left out the men there.
Yes, 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 the daughters and sons-in-laws, excuse me. And then your spouse's family. Went through that a little fast. But so anyone on there, that immediate family as well for them. So that's when the law says relative, that is who it's including. Now, some of the statutes, not all, also include your household members, which this one's pretty easy. Anyone who lives with you. We do get the question sometimes about ADUs. So if you have additional dwelling units on your house, if it is the same address, it does count as household members. If it is a separate address, then they would not count as household members. So something you want to make sure there. Now, the statute also applies to businesses with which you are associated. So for business, we're looking at the definition of any legal entity operated for economic gain. So corporations, partnerships, firms, enterprise, the standard definition for business. But then we need to figure out if it's associated with us or relatives or household members. And that's going to depend on whether it's a private or publicly held corporation. So private business, the difference between private and publicly held means that the stock is traded on the open market. That's what we're looking at there. But so for a private business, if you're a director, officer, owner, employee, or agent, you are associated with it. Or if you own stock, equity interest, stock options, or debt instruments of $1,000 or more, you are also associated with it. Now, for a publicly held corporation, it's a little bit different. It's only if you are an officer or director that you are associated with it. Or if you own stock, equity interest, stock options, or debt instruments, but the amount has to be $100,000. So if you did have a sibling that worked at a local hardware store, even if they were a cashier there, that would be a business they were associated with. If they then went to Home Depot and became a manager there, even though they're in a higher position, because they're not an officer or director and Home Depot is a publicly held corporation, that's not a business they're associated with, unless they got to the point where they had stock or equity interest of $100,000 or more. So that's the difference we're looking then. Now, things to remember with associated business: a business is not a public body, just by definition. Public bodies are not ran for profit. And then a nonprofit corporation, it does have to be registered as a 501c as long as it's unpaid position. So if you are a board member for a nonprofit, something like that, if you are not being paid, it's not a business you're associated with. However, if you are like a marketing manager or like a lifeguard for some, a different position, if you are being paid by them, you're on their payroll, it is then a business you are associated with. So that's the difference there. Now, it doesn't want to. Okay, so let's just do a couple quick questions. You can just call it out. Your cousin is included in the law's definition of relative. True or false? What do we think? False. Correct. Yep. Unless they met one of those 3 extra obligations we talked about. We talk about in ethics anytime. It depends when you ask us a question. That is an answer you'll get a lot. Okay, so a volunteer firefighter is a public official. True or false?
True.
Correct. Yep, it would be true. Perfect. All right. What about the not-for-profit 501c you volunteer at is a business with which you are associated with? True or false?
False.
False. Because we are not in a paid position, it's not a business we are associated with. All right, and that's it for definitions. Do we have any questions about definitions?
What is an agent?
Yeah, so that is great. Great question. I actually have trainer notes on this one because we get asked that question. So an agent is any individual performing governmental functions. So some agencies will hire agents similar to contractors sometimes. But yeah, any individual performing the action. So that's a good question.
So I have a specific on that.
Yeah.
An example.
Mhm.
If I'm running the state fair and I hire a security company and the security officer is on the fair, is he an agent?
I would think so. I would double check on that one.
Yeah, it's a contract.
And are you hired that we would look at if you're hiring a specific individual or the company overall, I think is what we would look at there. That's a really good question.
Okay.
So I would, that would be
I might
situation-
dig into that a little
Yeah.
deeper.
I'm taking that one back to the team to ask about now.
And the really cool part, you didn't mention this, Lex, but anytime you have questions, you can call them and they're
Yeah.
happy to talk through, especially if it hasn't happened.
Mhm.
or-
That's-
call on that.
Yes, definitely. No, I'm gonna take that one back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And
that's
it-
honestly my favorite part of the job is when we get one of those questions that we haven't had before and our team gets to kind of go together and be like, okay, this is what the statute says. How do we apply it to the situation? So, no, that's a great question. Okay, so now that we know the definitions, we can start looking at each of the sections and applying them, starting with conflicts of interest. So with conflicts of interest, we can consider this scenario that we're on a team that is awarding grant applications and the nonprofit our spouse works at has applied for the grant. Do we have a conflict of interest? Well, we have to know what the statute says of conflict of interest. So the statute actually defines two types of conflicts of interest, potential and actual. We'll start with actual just because it's typically a little bit easier to identify. And an actual conflict of interest is any decision, action, or recommendation made by you while in the capacity of as a public official, which would be to the private financial benefit or detriment of yourself, your relatives, or any business associated with you or your relatives. So this means that the action would have a certain financial effect. And things we're going to call out here is that it could be a financial benefit or detriment. So conflict of interest could be a negative financial impact. And then it's only applying to you, your relatives, and a business associated with you or your relatives. So household members do not apply to conflicts of interest. Something interesting. So an example of this, let's say you approve land purchases as part of your official duties. Your spouse's parents have submitted a bid for land purchase in the area you oversee. Well, we know that our spouse's parents are a relative. We're taking the action of either approving or denying. That's an action. And that approval or denial, is going to have a certain financial impact on our relatives. So this would be an actual conflict of interest. So now potential is very, very similar in that it is any action, decision, or recommendation made by you while working in the capacity as a public official, which could be to the private financial benefit or detriment of yourself, your relative, or any business associated with you or your relative. So if you notice, there's really only one word difference there. It's that could. So there's a possible financial effect here. Still, that benefit or detriment still only affecting us, our relatives, or businesses we're associated with. And so an example here is maybe you're on a board considering amending administrative rules for the ocean shore. Your siblings own a business adjacent to the ocean shore. Now you're at the point here, you're just considering amending administrative rules for the ocean shore. Your siblings are relatives. They own business adjacent to the ocean shore. So we don't know what administrative rules we could be changing. So there's a potential of having some financial impact on the property they own, but it's not certain at this point. So we only have a potential conflict of interest here. So that's where that difference is between those two. Now, in each of these scenarios for a conflict of interest, you need 3 criteria for it to be considered a conflict of interest. You as a public official have to be taking an official action. Again, that's taking a vote, making a recommendation, making a decision, some kind of action. Has to have a private economic impact, could be financial benefit, could be financial detriment, and it has to be happening to those specified people, you, your relatives, or business associated with you or your relatives. If it doesn't have one of these elements, it's not a conflict of interest. Now, there could be some things that could be perceived as a conflict of interest. We get those calls a lot, and that's still, you can be cautious and, be aware of those. But if it doesn't have these three elements, it's not a conflict of interest. So let's go back to the scenario. We're on a team that is awarding grant applications. The nonprofit our spouse works at has applied for the grant. Do we have a conflict of interest here? Yes. Is it an actual or potential? Actual, yeah. Our nonprofit our spouse works at, they're being paid by the nonprofit. That is a business they're associated with. Our action is going to have a certain financial impact. That is an actual conflict. What if we change the situation and say that our spouse serves on the board of a nonprofit that has applied for the grant? Do we still have a conflict of interest?
If it's an unpaid board.
Yep, if it's an unpaid board, then we don't, because that's no longer a business with which they're associated with. But that's the details we got to look for. That's right. Yep, that's what we got to catch on to. Okay, so now final scenario. What if our spouse works for a government agency that has applied for the grant? Is it?
They're not personally.
It would not be a conflict of interest because a government agency isn't a business. It's not a business that you can be associated with. The only thing is if the grant was like personally affecting them, there could be a potential conflict of interest if that was personally financially affecting them. But again, not likely. So that would not be a conflict of interest. Okay, so now we know how to identify a conflict of interest, but what do you do if you're actually met with one? So the statute has different types of how to dispose of a conflict of interest depending on what type of public official you are. We're going to quickly go over employees just so everyone's aware of that, but then we'll focus mostly on board and commission members. So for employees that are that face a conflict of interest, they have to provide written notice to the supervisor describing the conflict and have to asking for the matter to be disposed of on each occasion the conflict of interest is met. Just making sure it's written, again, that it happens every time it's met. And then the supervisor responds, letting them know, hey, this is how you're going to dispose of it, whether that's assigning the task to someone else or instructing the employee on how to proceed. So now, for boards and commissions, it's a little bit different, depending on whether it's a potential or actual conflict of interest. So for potential conflict of interest, you have to publicly announce that you have a public or potential conflict of interest. And then once you make that public announcement, you are fine to discuss, participate in voting, everything. You just have to make that public announcement. However, with an actual conflict of interest, once you make that public announcement, you are not allowed to participate in discussing, debating, or voting. You have an actual conflict of interest, you have to recuse yourself from that. You cannot participate.
Can you go back one slide?
To the employee? Yes.
So that last statement, bullet,
Or instruct the employee on how to proceed.
so a supervisor can tell an employee to proceed and take care of an issue, even though it's a conflict of interest for him?
Yes, there could be some, for example, like that land purchase one. If they were an employee on that one and let's say everything looked good about the land purchase, they could say you can proceed with this. Yeah, there could be, yeah. I would say it would be smarter for them to say, have someone else handle this. But if long as there is record of the supervisor saying you should move forward with this, that would be, yes. There are different scenarios of why, but the supervisor is the one that gets to decide that, so. Perfect. But yes, so boards, commissions, elected officials, making sure you're making that public. That's the biggest part of this really that I would want to kind of hammer in is that making sure you're making that public announcement every time that item comes up on the agenda. We get a lot of times people that item will be on the agenda, multiple discussions in a row. People assume they make that announcement the first time it covers. No, every time it happens, you need to make that disclosure. So let's say you're on a commission voting to approve designation of a national historic district for a neighborhood that your relative lives in. Which would you do?
Potential.
Not vote.
Yeah, so
Clear.
first of all, we're going to make that public announcement. In this situation, we would have an actual because we're voting to approve the designation and our relative lives in that neighborhood. So that's going to, well, we're saying that you're relative. So we are saying by the definition, yeah, by the definition, you're relative. Yes, that's going to have a financial impact on them. So that's an actual. So we're going to make that public announcement and then we cannot participate in any discussion or debating or voting. We have to recuse ourselves from that. And what's really important, whether for the employees or for boards and commission members, is that there's public record of this. So for employees, that's why it has to be in writing. for boards and commission members, whether that's in the minutes or the recording of the meeting itself, making sure there's public record. That way, if there is ever a complaint or anything, we have the copy showing that, yes, I did follow procedure, or, you know, actually I didn't make that announcement. So you want to make sure that is recorded. Now, there are some exceptions to conflicts of interest, so I am going to cover two. The first one is for boards and commissions and elected officials specifically. So if your vote is necessary to meet the minimum number of votes to take an action, you can still vote if you have an actual conflict of interest.
Really? Wow.
So you still cannot debate. You cannot be a part of the discussion or voting or excuse me, the discussion or debate on it. You can vote. So I will give you an example of this. You don't have to do it. But this one always gets a few murmurs, but you still make your public announcement of the actual conflict. You would not be able to discuss or debate, and then you would vote. This is specifically because we do have a lot of small towns and counties in Oregon. And so there are times when people are missing, or we have maybe everyone's related to the commission or the company we're voting to. So this would halt government. So this is kind of something that would be. But an example would just be that if you had a board that has 5 members, and so it needs 3 votes to take action. Let's say 1 seat is vacant at the time of the vote, 1 member is absent, and the member with an actual conflict is present. So there's only 2 that can actually vote. So in that case, that 1 member would still make their announcement. They wouldn't be able to vote, to discuss or debate. But then when it came time to vote, they would be able to make a vote just to move that forward. However, the board still could decide, hey, we're gonna just wait to vote on this later when people are here. You can still make that. And that is something, if you want to be a little more cautious, that is something that's within your choice. This is just an exception within the law. If you needed to move forward with government, it is there.
So occasionally I know on county courts, county board of commissioners, where you have 3 members, you can have 2 members with a conflict of interest. What do they do?
Yeah, so if this also does happen when like multiple people have an actual conflict of interest, and so you would need like 1 out of 3 to vote, right? We do recommend the board or whichever governing body to have a policy in place, whether that's maybe alphabetical, seniority, some kind of policy in place. So if a situation does arise, that you would know the person that would vote in that scenario. Once this criteria is met, that you have the minimum number needed to move on, no one else would be able to vote, just that 1 person needed, and then you go forth. Did that answer your question?
It's an answer, yeah.
A lot of depends.
All right, and so the next exception is also a little bit, so this is called the class exception. So this one applies just in all conflicts of interest. If the financial impact of the official action would impact the public official, their relatives, and the business with which they are the relatives associated, excuse me, to the same degree as other members of an identifiable group or class. So this one we don't like to bring up a lot, just because the commission is the only one that can decide whether a class is whether a class exists or not. You do have to ask for a commission advisory opinion. It can take up to 60 days. So, but the example of this would be sometimes we have like school board members voting on budget, or excuse me, salaries for teachers, right? And then they have their family members that are part of that budget, but it's a salary that goes across all teachers, right? So, or cost of living adjustment, excuse me, that would be a better example. So that would be, if you identify that it's going to affect everyone equally, that class, that would be something that exists. I only bring this up because there was a scenario presented to us of an official approving rules for camp rates in state parks that they camp at. If they are approving rules for camp rates in state parks at all camps equally, and this is affecting all Oregonians equally, that would be arguably a class. So that would not be a conflict of interest for them. Now, if they were using that situation and only approving rules for certain parks to lower fees at certain parks, and it started lowering and saying, oh, we're only doing these certain parks and these certain, then you would start to lower, excuse me, you would start to make that class smaller and smaller, and then you could start to say this doesn't apply, and you could also maybe have a prohibited use of office, which we'll talk about next. But this is something to be aware of when you are making these decisions that maybe affect you as well as all of Oregon when we are making these kinds of decisions. So, but just remembering that you cannot decide what a class is or not, you do have to come to the commission to decide that. So that is something to be aware of.
So what's the difference in this and the example used a minute ago on historical designation for historical different? district?
Because the historical district would just be one neighborhood, you could argue that wasn't a big enough a big enough sample group to be a class, and also because the different houses would have to, I think you could argue that everyone in that wouldn't be affected the same. That's where the commission will have to look at that. That's where this one does get tricky. Whereas something like an official approving rules for camp rates and state parks that they camp at, everyone in Oregon who camps at a state park is going to be affected by that. So that's a pretty easily, like we would pretty easily be able to say the commission would likely say that's a class. Again, only they can decide. I cannot decide for them. Putting that out there.
So
But
on that one, you're saying that we should check in with you when they're ready to approve a rate increase to
If
make
you-
sure that we're defining class.
if you are
publicly.
going to do that, I would. If there is any worry about that, I would recommend checking in with us. Just to be safe. Like I said, it would need a commission advisory opinion. So that is 60 days. If you have something like that coming up, I have cards.
I'm
We
really
do this
confused
like
by this
every
one.
commission meeting.
Yeah.
So
Every
that's the
commission,
question.
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's.
Does it make any difference that they're statutorily directed to set rates?
Yeah, I was gonna say they're.
That might make a difference, actually. That might be something.
Okay, because I'm like, whoa, we've never done that.
No, that's
And
good.
Y'all can't camp anymore.
No.
So we're going to honeymoon next week.
But it might be something too, where if it is something that's happening so often, that might just be something that's good that we could just do a commission advisory opinion to say this is something that this is a class. And so for all future, you wouldn't have to worry about
We'll
that.
just double check that
Yes.
we've got that right
Yes,
for all of you.
definitely. But no, so this would be something in similar situations. So,
We never used to get in trouble till you got here.
Week one, I'm in trouble.
okay, but all right, so we're gonna do a quick knowledge check just to see how we learned, what we learned about
This one will be fun.
conflicts of interest. Okay, so let's say that OPRD is contracting with a consulting firm. Your spouse was recently hired by this firm but does not work on OPRD related projects. Would you have a conflict of interest if a contracting matter involving the firm came before you to approve? Okay, so A, no, because your spouse is only recently hired. B, no, there is no conflict of interest because your spouse is not working under the city's OPRD's contract. Forgot to change it up. C, yes, but only a potential conflict of interest. Or D, yes, it's an actual conflict because this is a business with which a relative is associated.
D.
D, yes. Because they are working there, it's a business with they're associated, it's an actual conflict. Perfect. Okay, so you are helping organize a parks event that will include food and entertainment. The board is discussing application requirements for vendors at this event. Your father-in-law owns a catering business that sometimes puts in bids for contracts. Do you have a conflict of interest when discussing these topics?
No, not unless he.
As a board member, do you have a conflict of interest? Yes, I have a potential conflict of interest. I need to state the conflict of interest for the record before discussing this matter. B, yes, I have a potential conflict of interest. I need to disclose the nature of conflict to my supervisor. C, yes, I have an actual conflict and cannot participate. Or D, no, I do not have a conflict of interest. How are we feeling?
I think it would be a good idea to discuss a potential.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, just.
Because your father-in-law
Because
has put in
maybe.
contracts before and owns a catering business, and this does have catering events, there is a potential there. So yeah, having a potential conflict and where you are a board member, you just make that public announcement and then you're still fine to discuss it. So. Perfect. All right. Any questions about conflicts of interest before we move on to prohibited use of office? Okay. All right. So prohibited use of office, when we talk about prohibited use of office, we use official position or office, we use those interchangeably. But it's basically saying that as a public official, you may not use or attempt to use your official position to obtain financial gain or avoid financial detriment for yourself, your relatives, your household members, or any business associated with those. If the financial gain or avoidance of financial detriment would not otherwise be available but for your holding of that position. So basically, you cannot use your position to gain anything that's only available because of your position. So basically using your position for economic benefit, right? So an example would be an official approving rules to lower camping rates only at the parks they frequent, right? That would be an example of prohibited use of
I can
office.
get you there on that one.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Or say would be if like an employee at a state agency has a private business and they use the agency's computer to conduct the activities of the private business. You're using stuff you only have access to because of your position to otherwise gain financial things you wouldn't have access to. So another great example is a teacher that decides she's opening a tutoring business and solicits her students' parents for tutoring services. Even if no one takes her up on that, she attempted to use her position. That would also be a prohibited use of office. So the biggest thing that you want to ask yourself is, do I only have this opportunity because I'm a public official? If the answer is yes, it's probably prohibited. But if the answer is no, it's probably allowed. So like Free State Parks Day, that's allowed for everyone. It's allowed for you. That's fine. But using Parks and Rec equipment for private use, that's definitely prohibited. Can't use your vehicle things for private use. That would be a prohibited use of office. So now there are some exceptions. There are things we are allowed to use. So official compensation package. Now, obviously, this doesn't apply to everyone. Like we said, about 260,000 public officials, many of them are volunteers, but even volunteers sometimes have the official compensation package for things like outfits are included or discount services, things like that. Anything that's formally adopted by the public body as official compensation package is allowed. And of course, things like salary and benefits are normally included things in with that, but we even did one for a public body recently where they had it formally adopted that any cardboard boxes that they had after like getting new things, that their people were allowed to take any cardboard boxes just to be super safe so that anyone got mad about it. It was formally written so no one could get mad at them. So it worked. They had it formally adopted. That's all we asked for. So the next up is reimbursement of expenses. So any payments from our public body is reimbursement of expenses. So if we pay for parking, for a training, anything like that on our personal, with our personal money and they pay us back, that's allowed. That's not prohibited use of office. However, a lot of us have debit cards and credit cards that give us like rewards points. If you don't have a policy that specifically allows you to earn rewards, like personal rewards points, using a card that has that would be a prohibited use of office, because you're only having access to those rewards because you're buying that for your position. So making sure you're not using a card with those, yeah.
I've been told that also applies to like store loyalty cards.
I was just about to bring that up.
Okay.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
making sure, because we get that a lot where people are like, oh, I'll use my Fred Meyer's rewards to save money,
Right.
which you may be saving the public body money, but you are getting Fred Meyer's rewards that then can save you gas later on, right? So, but you can open up a Fred Meyer's reward just for the public body. That would be fine. I know Fred Meyer's rewards have to be opened like under a person's name. That's fine. Just making sure that it is only used for the public body. No one else is using those for personal. That would be allowed. It's just like personal travel. We're allowed to have I'm allowed to have a travel account just for my government travel. That's fine. I just can't have a personal travel account. So those are things that you're allowed to do with that.
So did you say that individual agencies can write a policy that allows them to do that?
Yeah, you are allowed to, you can, if you have a policy saying that you are allowed to earn rewards on your card for reimbursement of expenses, that is allowed. The only thing, so that brings up a really good point with prohibited use of office, though. If you
Because it's so hard
are,
to find a card that doesn't.
if you are writing a policy that's going to benefit you, it can't benefit you, like it would have to benefit the next round of people. So just like you couldn't put in a thing, like sometimes public bodies will get, like commission members will get discounts on utilities, right? It's been a thing before. Yeah. But if those members that voted it in had to vote it in for the next people, and so they couldn't vote it in for themselves. And if they were potentially able to vote or to run for the next term, they also had to announce a potential conflict of interest, because that would potentially be a benefit for them as well. Yes,
I just think it's really hard to find.
it is hard. to
Don't,
find.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's almost like
Yes.
there's no way to do
So,
what is.
which is, I
required.
think,
Yeah.
why we say that if a policy allows it, it's okay.
Interesting.
So, yeah. The only one that wouldn't be is the travel policy. I think that one is a no, but I will double check on that one. But the card rewards is fine, as long as you have the policy. Okay. And so ethics law does also allow honorariums up to a $50 limit. Honorariums by definition, though, you cannot set in advance. Like this is something like a thank you after a speech, right? There's a gift card, chocolate, something like that. However, OPRD policy is only accepted on behalf of the agency. So you would not be able to accept that on yourself. OPRD policy, excuse me, you can only accept that on behalf of the agency, and you should reach out to OPRD to figure out how to do that. But
Is that $50 ever gonna be changed? It seems like it's
know.
been there forever.
that's a good question. I don't think it's in any of our legislative changes that we have planned in the beginning. You can always reach out to us if that is something that you would want, something that you would like to see changed. It would definitely require a legislative change, so it would have to be pushed for, but that would be interesting. But yeah, it's not one that I've seen come up a lot, so. Okay, and then next up is professional achievement awards. So you are allowed to accept a professional achievement award and any monetary amount that is included with it, as long as it's unsolicited. You did not sign yourself up for it, anything like that. And that it is involved with professional achievement. So Nobel Prize is a big example of this, but also like the Oregon Teacher of the Year Award, that would also be included in this, so.
What about the gift that you guys give us when we go off the board? Is that? Is that go under the honorarium, or is that?
I don't think it would be an honorarium. I think it would be a gift, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but as long as you've already left the board, it probably wouldn't apply because you'd be a former public official.
Oh,
So
yeah.
as long as it's
We
after
tried to
you
figure last.
have left, yeah.
After your last meeting, they give you.
Yeah, so after your last meeting, then you're no longer a public official, so those do not apply to you anymore.
That's how you get away with it. Yeah.
That's-
It's a gift worth $49.99.
That's-
$49.99.
Lots of love.
Actually, no, I saw that thank you thing and I thought about that.
Mhm.
Thanks.
And then last is legal expense trust funds. This is a very rare one, but it is an exception to basically accept money for legal expense trust fund contributions. If you are a public official that will be incurring legal expenses, you can set up a trust fund. It has to go through us. I think we only have 2 set up from the last decade, so not very, very common, but that is one. Okay, so now we're gonna go through, I have these 4 situations. I just want you to tell me if you think it's an ethics law violation or not. So number 1 is using the agency's open Wi-Fi network on a personal device during breaks. No, it is not, because again, it's an open Wi-Fi network. You're on a personal device during your break, you're fine. Number 2, picking up your spouse from the airport in a city vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would definitely be. Number 3, taking home a surplus computer monitor that was going to be thrown out.
No.
Yeah, I think that one's still.
Yes.
Yes.
It is. We have a surplus, so there's
Yeah.
a whole thing. It has to
Can't
be
do
offered to the
Microsoft.
general public before you can take it home. So
So
number 4, accepting sorry.
So if it's yard sale at, the county has a yard sale and they got a whole bunch of old computer stuff. And one of the elected officials goes out and buys something at that yard sale, that's not.
That would not, yeah, because at that point, it's already been through the process and they are offering it to the general public, so it's fine. It's the skipping the general public offering that makes that a prohibited use of office. So number 4, accepting a $25 gift card for being a speaker at an event.
You can do
You can do
that.
that.
That would be an honorarium, that would be fine.
And a question about like speaking at an event, that's in your public official capacity. right?
That, yes, that would be in your public, yes. Honorarium is specifically in your public official capacity. If you are not speaking in your public official capacity, it does not apply, so you are fine. But you do have to make sure that when you are a public official, that hat is kind of being worn at all times, so you do have to make sure there's that separation there in times, so it can be hard. Okay. Moving forward. So really the thing with prohibited use of office, just making sure we're not using our position to gain a financial benefit or avoid a financial detriment. And again, even if it does not result in a cost for the public body. So like that Fred Meyer's rewards, things like that. Even if it doesn't result in a cost for the public body, we still cannot use our position for that gain. So. All right, knowledge check on prohibited use of office now. Okay, so you're planning your wedding next year. It will be held at a local farm that has a beautiful view of the river. You need to supply your own tables for the event and ask the recreation department if you can borrow tables at no cost. They say yes. You have violated government ethics law.
Yeah,
True or
Yeah,
false?
Yes, you have. but you
Yeah,
cannot use
yeah,
those.
you have, yes. They're not offering those to the public, to the public for no cost. So that is
Tired
definitely
people.
a violation. Okay, you're traveling for work. When booking your travel and accommodation reservations, you add your personal reward accounts. Have you violated ethics law? No, this is the benefit of serving as a public official. No, if you pay for the travel with your own money and then get reimbursed, this is okay. Yes, because the total amount of the points earned is less than $50. And yes, because this financial benefit is only available to you because of your role as a public official.
D. C.
Well, I'd go back to
Oh,
the question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to see
Yeah.
the question again.
So you're traveling for work. When booking your travel and accommodation reservations, you add your personal rewards account. Have you violated ethics law?
Well, not if it's your personal rewards, isn't it?
No, you would violate. So you're booking,
Yeah,
for-
because
you're
yeah,
booking your
your
travel
point
for
is a
work. Yes. Yeah.
Because you're getting those rewards.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because your personal account.
I
Yeah.
don't have a
It's-
personal rewards account, so I've never, I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, you're getting the yes. It was just a yes and why. So yes, it's a financial benefit,
Yeah,
only
but if you
available,
had
you're
your
only
own,
booking this because of your work
giving
and but you're using your personal
Giving out
accounts. So that's the issue. So, yes.
Oh, but that one you can.
All right. Any questions about prohibited use of office?
Did you get many of these investigations during the year?
Yes.
Complaints?
Yeah. Yep.
You can't get the
Regular.
We get a lot.
It's a regular
You
thing.
can get.
Yeah,
you can
mhm.
use it.
So we'll talk a little bit at the end about our complaints. I would say
That's-
we probably get more on public meetings law just because when something opens up about like an executive session or something like that, we have to open up one against every like it's against each person in the public body. So that just like makes the volume look bigger. But I'll talk about this a little bit more. Like, we're not, like, education is our goal. Like, we're not there to say, oh, yes, you did wrong. It's like, no, this is what you need to do. Like, this is what we're figuring out. But we do get a lot. And I will say a lot of times people think it's going to be a conflict of interest, and it actually turns out to be a prohibited use of office more than it was a conflict. So. Okay, so we're gonna move on to private employment, which is actually a prohibited use of office. But we just like pull that out because we get a lot of questions about it. So with private employment, ethics law does not say you cannot have a private employer or private income producing activity. Like I said, a lot of public officials are volunteers. We're not going to say you can't go make money. We want you to be able to support yourself. But there are some guidelines you want to follow. So the first is just making sure you're not using your position to create opportunity. So, if you you work a t-shirt printing business on the side, you're not going to your board and saying, hey, I think we should all get matching t-shirts. I know somewhere we can get a discount. That's not allowed. That would be bad. That would be prohibited use of office. So just making sure you're not using that to create opportunity, ensuring a clear distinction. So if you do have a private business, making sure you're not doing that at the same time, just having that, okay, this is the time I use on my private business. This is the time I do my public official stuff. Just because if there is ever a complaint, we have to look at that. And if you're doing things at the same time, it makes it real hard to say, oh, were you actually not, making sure you weren't using things there. So future employment, you are prohibited from soliciting or accepting the promise of future employment based on your official actions. So this would be someone saying, hey, if you make sure that you accept our grant, we'll have a position open for you in a month. That is not allowed. You cannot do that. Seems like that should be pretty obvious, but it happens. So, and then confidential information. This is one of the few ones that applies to former public officials as well. But you cannot use any confidential information gained during your time as a public official to financially benefit you, yourself, your relatives, or your business associated with you, your relatives or household members, excuse me. So now, if you are going to, like, say you are a public official now and you decide you're going to accept outside employment, there are some questions you need to ask yourself just to make sure that you didn't get that position because of your official position. So is the job opportunity only available because of your position as a public official? And then was the job opportunity created because of your position as a public official? So those sound very similar, but is the job opportunity only available because of your position as a public official? For an example of this, let's say that you are on a committee that does a lot of grant approvals. And so it's about to be summertime and a university reaches out to you and asks if you want to teach a course on how to write better grant proposals because of your time with that board. If they specifically say because of your time with that board, that would be something you couldn't accept, at least as a paid. You could do it unpaid because they're only reaching out to you because of your position as a public official. So that would be something you couldn't accept. Now, was the job opportunity created because of your position as a public official? That would be similar to that the other example we provided where you voted on accepting that grant or approving that grant, and then they all of a sudden had that position open up, or you approved a contract and then that position became available. Basically, you did something in your role to create that position. That would also be something you would not be able to take without it being a prohibited use of office. And we actually do have a statute specifically on employment and contracts. So if a contract is authorized by you or your public body, you cannot work under that contract for 2 years. When we say authorized, that means you played a significant role. So that would be if you selected the contractor, executed the contract, recommended approval, signed it, or served on the selection committee. Basically, if you played a big part in that contract, you can't work under it for 2 years. So the biggest thing for just those guidelines for private employment, we have a guide for public officials. I highly recommend it. It's on our website. I'll talk about that a little bit at the end. But if you are doing private employment alongside your public official role, just making sure you aren't using governmental body time, aren't using governmental body resources, not taking any financial actions that could financially impact your private employer, or private business. And then you're not using any confidential information from your public official role, and that you are disclosing all conflicts of interest. So that one's a pretty simple section. But we'll do a quick knowledge check on private employment. So let's say in addition to your position with the Parks and Rec Department, you also own your own business. Can you promote your business in the following situations? Let's say, okay, so can we, just tell me which ones you think we can. In your personal LinkedIn account. Do you think that's okay?
Yes.
Yeah. In the employee break room?
No.
Yeah. At a conference where you have been invited to be a speaker as a public official.
No.
And during commission or board meetings. Correct. Yep. The only one that's going to be okay is in your personal LinkedIn account. Everything else, we're not going to do that.
My work.
Perfect. All right. Last year, you approved a vendor contract. The vendor now has a job opening that would be perfect for you. You have a great rapport with the company and you get to work under the same contract you worked on. You apply and are offered the job. You can accept the job offer. True or false? False, yes. It has only been a year. You need it to be 2 years before you can accept that. All right. Any questions about private employment? Perfect. All right. So we'll move on to nepotism. This one's also a pretty short section.
That's cute.
But nepotism rules actually apply to both your relatives, per the definition, and household members. So nepotism statute says in general that a public official cannot appoint, employ, promote, discharge, fire, or demote. So those major kind of HR actions, right? And that you also cannot participate in any interview, discussion, or debate related to these items. Now, you are allowed to participate in ministerial actions. So if you need to schedule any appointments involving these, maybe get some paperwork ready, little things like that, you're okay to take part in. You can also still be a reference. Now, that doesn't mean you go over to someone and say, hey, my daughter applied for this job, hire her. That is not the same. She can list you as a reference. They can reach out to you and you can provide that reference when they ask for it. That would be okay. But you are allowed to do those two things. Now, nepotism also lists that you cannot directly supervise your relatives or household members unless the public body has a policy for that. This isn't just an open-ended policy of we allow this. This would be a, hey, in this specific situation, we do allow this for a time. So that would be there. And there is, of course, an exception. Government, there's always a few exceptions. But you may supervise your household members and relatives when there is an unpaid volunteer situation, but like a project, like it's showing like a cleanup project, we're not talking about unpaid volunteers like board members or commission members. That's different volunteer. I wish they would have used a different wording there. But if you are doing like some kind of project or something like this with your board or with the agency, then you are allowed to supervise or participate in personnel actions for that for relatives and household members. All right. All right, any questions on nepotism? Yeah, that's a pretty short one. Okay, so now we can move on to gifts. Gifts is a little bit longer. So Oregon government ethics law, when we're talking about gifts, again, we're talking about individual public officials. We're not talking about gifts being given to the department itself, just to public individuals. So that's something to remember. Okay, but we'll say OPRD is sending you to a conference. Attendees of the event consist of colleagues, stakeholders, vendors, and members of the general public. A vendor at the event is handing out a free swag bag. How do we know if we can accept it? Well, we have to know what the law defines as a gift and more on that. So, ethics law defines the gift as something that has economic value that we have not given equivalent payment for, that's given to a public official, relative, or household member, and that is not offered to others on the same terms and conditions. So things that are not a gift then are anything listed in our official compensation package. So anything listed there, like I said, sometimes things like discounted tickets and things like that are listed in those, so that would not be considered a gift. And anything that's available to the public. So sometimes things like mailers are sent out, or like coffee shops will offer, free coffees on specific days, things like that. As long as it's available to the general public, that would not be considered a gift by definition. Okay, not moving on. So that's supposed to say OPRD. OPRD is sending you to a conference. We know that attendees of the event consist of colleagues, stakeholders, vendors, and members of the general public. A vendor of the event is handing out a free swag bag. So we need to see if this counts as a gift. So economic value, people will argue if a swag bag has that much value, but it does have some. So yes, it's being given to you, a public official. Yes. We haven't given equivalent payment. We might have paid for the conference, but we didn't pay that vendor for the bag. So yes. But is it being offered to others on the same terms and conditions? Well, this is being given to members of the general public since this conference is open to them. So this one actually isn't a gift. So we'd be fine to accept this one because it's not a gift. So now, if we change this though and say that attendees of the event consist only of public officials, now this becomes a gift and we need to figure out if we can accept it or not. So I do know with OPRD policy, because Chris sent over some of those policies to me, that employees and relatives cannot solicit or accept gifts when they are in their role with OPRD. So something to know there. Thing with ethics law though, it does also apply to household members. And you have to remember, as a public official, that you all are wearing that hat all the time. So even if you may not be wearing your uniform or outside, like not on the board, you may be given gifts sometimes from members of the public that have a legislative or administrative interest, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So you do still have to be aware of all these statutes. So we're going to still go into depth and kind of talk about that. So when we know an item is a gift, we have to ask ourselves 3 further questions to figure out whether or not it can be accepted. So first off, we need to know, who is the source? Do they have a legislative or administrative interest distinct from the general public? And what is the value? So we're going to look at each of these a little bit more in depth. So when we talk about the gift source, we're looking at who is the ultimate payer of the gift, who ultimately paid for it. And we may not ultimately always know the exact source of this, especially raffles. We get a lot of questions of raffles. Obviously, if the vendor offering the raffle, you have to figure out, did they give that gift? Did another sponsor donate it? You need to figure out who actually donated the gift, because then we have to ask the next question of, do they have that legislative or administrative interest? And with this, we sometimes get the question, well, shouldn't the person giving me the gift be the one to tell me this? You would think, but again, as a public official, it's our responsibility to know the source's identity. As us receiving the gift, we need to know that. This also means that we can not accept anonymous gifts because we don't know that source. We can't figure out the rest. We aren't able to accept those. If you do receive an anonymous gift, there are some different things you can do. You can donate it to your agency. For example, there was one time a coworker received a fruit basket just with a thank you and no other information. Who did that come from? you could donate to the agency head and then they can split it amongst everyone. That is something. You can also donate it to like a nonprofit or something like that, and you can get like a proof that you donated it. You just can't take the tax benefit for that because that would still be getting a benefit from a gift. So those would be what you would want to do if you did happen to get an anonymous gift. You just can't accept it. Now, once you know who the source is, then we have to ask ourselves if there's a legislative or administrative interest. What does that mean? Well, we're looking for an economic interest. So do they have an economic interest in the effects of our decisions and our votes and the actions we take as a public official? And is it distinct from that of the general public? So this is where it's going to be different for every public official. Just because we all have different roles depending on what type of public official we are and what we do as a public official. And then, just distinct from that of the general public, private contractors will have an economic interest in a body that awards contracts. That's distinct from the general public. That's kind of the thing you're looking at there. Now, if they don't have that legislative or administrative interest in you, ethics law does say that you can accept a gift without limit from them. So household members that are included under this, they can accept gifts without limit if someone does not have a legislative or administrative interest. However, if they do have a legislative or administrative interest, there is a gift limit. When a source does have legislative or administrative interest, we cannot accept gifts over $50 from a single source in a calendar year. Now, this does mean we can accept one $50 gift. We can accept 5 $10 gifts, 2 $25 gifts. That's fine. It just cannot exceed $50 from a single source in a calendar year. So there was an OPRD policy, though, that gifts that may be shared by a group and meet these restrictions can be accepted. So that is something, if you had questions, I would check in with OPRD on that. But again, just making sure that if we are accepting gifts from those with the legislative or administrative interest, we aren't exceeding that $50 from a single source in a calendar year. A really great way to kind of demonstrate that legislative or administrative source is kind of like the hierarchy at an office, because the gift provisions would apply if we look bottom up, because obviously those of us are going to have administrative interest in like our managers because they decide salary and leave requests, right? So they're going to have to limit gifts from us to $50 in a single year. However, there's no gift provisions in top down because we can't decide things like leave and salary changes for our managers. So we don't have to limit gifts from them. They can buy us donuts as much as they want. We don't have to keep track of that. This also includes pooling gifts. That's something, a question we get, if someone's celebrating a gift or kind of, you had mentioned maybe someone's leaving the office, things like that. That's fine. If you do just have that legislative or administrative interest, they just have to be very aware of making sure they're not accepting more than $50 or giving that gift after their final date and they're no longer a public official, because then these laws would no longer apply to them. That would be something. So, okay, so OPRD is sending you to a conference. Attendees of the event consist of public officials. A vendor at the event is handing out a free swag bag. Can we accept the gift?
No, we can't.
Correct. It is a gift with OPRD policy.
Thank goodness
We
I
could not
don't
accept a
have
gift.
to-
Yep. Which, hey, you don't need all that stuff. They're not really ever good swag bags. So, all right. And then there are also some gift exceptions just to be aware of, because there are, and these are reflected in OPRD policy as well. There are actually 16 exceptions overall. We are not going to go into all of them. I'm just going to give you some of the most common ones. So you are allowed to accept gifts from your relatives and household members without limit. You don't have to worry there. You are allowed to accept unsolicited tokens or awards, so long as the resale value is reasonably expected to be $25 or less. Now, if you've ever had to order one of these for anyone, you know that they are more than that. However, once you put like the achievement and someone's name on it, the value typically goes down. However, sometimes people will get one like what's shown in the left picture, where the crystal vase detached from the base, or from the base. They weren't able to keep the crystal vase because it was more than $25. So just something to be aware of. Also, if you're the one ordering these for public officials, maybe don't get those ones. So, and then also food and beverage exception. So when you are a public official representing a government agency at an event, admission in food and beverage is an exception. There are some qualifiers here to this one. A large number of people have to be invited. The invitations or programs need to be sent in advance, event is publicized, things like that. This is one of those ones, if you think something counts, maybe reach out to us just to make sure in advance, and we can give you advice on that. But again, with that, incidental food and beverage and incidental entertainment. So if you are at a meeting or training and food and beverage is included, coffee, muffins, things like that, or incidental entertainment, if you are like a conference and maybe there's a magician. We did have someone attend a training once and there was a magician in between. It was very strange. Usually, you just expect a cover band, but things like that, you don't have to worry about. That's all. You don't have to worry about keeping track of that. That is an exception. Ceremonial entertainment. So if you are representing your agency or your public body in your public official duties, maybe throwing the first pitch at a baseball game or accepting grant money at halftime, and they offer you, to stay for the game, tickets to the game. As long as you are representing your public body or agency for that ceremony, you are allowed to accept those tickets and whatnot, the entertainment with that. So, all right. So what 4 questions do we need to know if it's a gift? Anyone remember?
Who gave it? Source. Who paid for it?
Those are the questions we ask once we know it's a gift.
Oh.
Yeah. So first we need to know if it has economic value. Did we make a payment? Is it being offered to others on the same terms and conditions? And then do any exceptions apply? Then once we know it's a gift, then we're asking the right questions of who is the source? Do they have the economic interest? And is it within the $50 limits? Okay. Cool. So let's do a knowledge check on the gifts then. Okay, you started GoFundMe to pay for your dog's expensive vet bill.
Good idea.
Yeah. I mean, they can be pricey. You post the fundraising campaign on your personal social media accounts only. As a public official, you can accept all donations to your fundraising campaign without violating ethics law. True or false?
Yeah, you tried. True.
Depends
You'll still
if
have to
there's
keep
a
track of the
donation
sources.
that is from a lobbying interest.
Oh.
Yep, it is false. So you still would not be able to accept all donations. You would not be able to accept anonymous or over $50 from sources with that legislative or administrative.
Ah,
interest.
got it.
Administrative interest.
Yeah,
Got it.
because even if you're posting it to your personal accounts, people could still
Could still
find
find
it,
you.
but yeah, so you just have to be aware of that. All right, okay, so you are sent to a conference in your official role. At the conference, you win a raffle for a tablet. What questions do you need to ask yourself to determine if you can accept the tablet? Sorry, I forgot I wasn't talking to the microphone. Okay, so what questions do you need to ask yourself to determine if you can accept the tablet? So do we need to ask ourselves who is the gift offered to?
Yes.
Yeah. Who else has accepted the gift?
No.
Yeah, we don't need to ask that. Who is the source of the gift?
Yes.
Is anyone else offering the gift?
No, I don't think so.
Does the source have a legislative or administrative interest in what we do?
Yes.
Yeah, and what is the value of the gift?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't matter who else has accepted the gift, because again, each of us as public officials has different duties. Yeah. And is anyone else offering the gift? Also doesn't matter, because it depends. Honestly, the biggest thing at a raffle, I'm going to tell you, is checking if it's open to the public. That's going to be your first thing, because if it's open to the public, it doesn't count as a gift. You're fine to accept it. If it's not open to the public, it's going to count as a gift. If you're in your official role, your policy then states you can't have it. So that's going to be the first thing. But all right, any questions about gifts? Well, okay.
Just don't take them.
All right.
Coffee mug.
So we went through 5 areas of ethics law today. Can anyone remember all 5 of them?
Gifts.
Yes, yeah.
Nepotism.
Nepotism,
Definitions of.
conflicts of interest, yes. The other 2 are kind of the same.
Use of office.
Yeah, use of office and private
Private
employment goes
agency,
under that, yes. Perfect. Oh, forgot, I have to click each one of these. Okay, perfect. And again, I don't expect you to remember all of these. It is a lot. But if anything, like if you ever have something come up and just be like, oh, I kind of remember this might be an ethics thing, please reach out to us. We are here to help. And I'm going to talk about a little bit now about the complaint process, what happens with that, and just so you can know more of that, how that works. So with complaints, we do not accept anonymous complaints. It does have to be a signed complaint. Once a complaint comes into us, we have to decide whether it's in our jurisdiction or not. If it is in our jurisdiction, it has to be opened up. From there, it goes into preliminary review. Our investigators have about 60 days to put a report together, goes to the commission. Commission decides if there's enough evidence to go into investigation or get dismissed. If it goes into investigation, I believe it has 120 days from there about that. But then finally, gets a final report, and the commission gets to decide if a violation occurred or it gets dismissed. The commission is the only one to decide if a violation occurs. They make that final decision. So if a violation has occurred, there may be some sanctions that can occur. There are some scary numbers there, civil penalty. We do have a penalty matrix. I will say again, though, education is like our main mission, and I've mostly seen letters of education. I've been with the commission about a little less than a year now. But letters of education have been the main thing I've seen. Obviously, depending on if you willfully violated, that changes things too. But really, before it gets to that point, asking us for advice. Again, we cannot give advice on things that have already happened. But if something is occurring or about to occur, and you know things are coming up and you have questions, we have 3 different levels. You can just call us, email us. You can come into our office. We're in Salem. We do email over the phone. You can get a signed letter of advice from our executive director, or even commission advisory opinions. Each comes with its own level of safe harbor too. So if you do follow our advice and then someone still submits a complaint, you have that saying, this is what the commission told me to do. So you have that. But
So I have a question on complaints.
Mhm.
What's the ethics commission do with an individual doesn't like one of us and just files one complaint after another? And we've seen this happen across state. What do you do with that?
yeah, so if the complaint is within our jurisdiction, we do have to open it, like we are statutorily required to. Obviously within that that preliminary review, we do have to still call and see, okay, find the details. If it's something that there's nothing, we just have to continue to dismiss it. I don't know if we've ever found, again, a little bit newer, I don't know if we've ever had someone continuously put in a report of something that hasn't been an issue. I know there have been a few times where people have put in reports and it's turned out to be more of a personal problem than, like an interaction than anything else. And the commission does take that into account. We do talk to people, and they, when you do have like a preliminary review, a lot of times you'll be seen over Zoom, or you can come into the office and they'll talk to you and they find out that information and they take that into account. And, but I don't think we've ever had it occur where the same person has been putting in a complaint over and over. Oh, we did, okay. But that is a good question. We can follow up. Like, we'd have to, I know the commission does not take kindly to that. I will say, like, they don't like when that continuously happens, because they don't want to slow the government down either. And they know that especially when we have volunteers putting up so much of their time just to be, just to be made to put through this process. They don't like that. But that's definitely something, if it were to continuously happen, that would be something that we'd probably have to talk with the legislature to see if we needed to implement something else. But yeah, that's a really good question. And we can also follow up too. That would be a good. Yeah. So.
Can you run me through those timelines again? You said when someone files a complaint.
Yeah. Let me go back to that screen really quick. So yeah, off the top of it, I know preliminary review is about 60 days, and I want to say investigation is either 120 or 180. I don't have it in my notes right now, so I can clarify on that. But the preliminary review is shorter because we're just getting the basics and just let's call everyone involved. Everyone gets notified, the complainant, and then the person the complaint was made against. The investigation team gets all the facts, kind of figures out what's going on. Maybe, if it was about a meeting or something, they get the recording, stuff like that. They can start kind of detailing that. And then they let the commission know, hey, this is what we found. We either think you should continue, or, we didn't find enough evidence, but then the commission gets to decide what they think. And then the investigative report gets more time so that they can get more details, because maybe there wasn't time enough for them to get access to everything they needed in that preliminary review. So.
Are you guys short-staffed right now? And is that taking longer?
No, I wouldn't say, we actually, we just got public meetings law, when we got that, we got legislation to grow our team. So that's why we had more trainings for public meetings law, and we have more investigators as well. We have a team, we just hired our final investigator, so we will have a team of 15 as of tomorrow. So we will have more, but that's also one of the reasons we don't take anonymous complaints. We don't have enough people to do that. That would not be enough. And it also, I think, helps cut down, so we don't have that problem of people submitting complaints that would not just be baseless. So, but yeah, so those timelines are to help give that enough time for that. So, great questions.
As someone who's has filed a complaint, it isn't just filling out a form.
Yeah,
It's quite a bit more
process.
involved in this.
Yeah.
It isn't somebody just randomly filling out a form.
we do go
You
back
have
and
to
forth. And
back it up with
Facts
with
and
publicly accessible information that points to what you're accusing or what your complaint is. So it isn't like some random thing that you just, I'll just fill out this form and cause trouble for this person. It's quite a bit more sophisticated format.
And then once our cases are made, so when they're in preliminary review, everything is private during that. But then once everything goes into investigation and afterwards, it is published on our website. So, and all the advice we give also is published on our website. So you can go online. I'll go through, this is a little out of order. But public records, so that would be like our SCI reports, lobbyists, everything like that. Public officials, that's where the guide and stuff I talked about was. Public meetings law, our new section. But advice, here you can search for advice, and then next to it you can see complaints. You can search all those complaints and it'll show all those records and everything, so you can search that too. We like to keep it open. Public transparency, we're all about that. So you can find that all online, but yeah, it's definitely an in-depth process. We want to make sure everyone feels that they were heard and that we get all the details. And so the commission has all the available information so they can make that the most detailed decision as well. So. Perfect. All right, well, we're going through a little faster because we didn't have a lot of the questions today, but what was your biggest takeaway from today? Did you learn anything new?
Don't do anything. Make sure you know who your family is.
Well, if you do ever have questions, again, please reach out to us. We're available Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. This is our main number. I do have cards available, my cards as well as my coordinator and my executive director, excuse me, but my information as well. But thank you so much. You guys have been amazing today.
Thanks.
So,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah. If there's anyone online that wants to unmute themselves and ask questions, I would love that. Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
And again, anytime that you have a question, you can reach directly to them. So that way you can ask the question specifically about your situation, your surroundings, your family, all those things that are important to you. And they're
Yeah,
always
you can always
super
call
helpful.
us. Emails are great too. We try to be quick about it. We've been doing pretty well, but sometimes we do get a little backed up. But yes, definitely, we're here for you.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thanks for coming all the way over and doing this with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Need a break, or do you want to go into?
Let's do like
Uh,
5 minutes.
I can, as long as I can stand while somebody's talking, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So a stretch break? Yeah.
Hey, this is Jody from online. I'm with our grants team, and I just want to thank all of our committee members. I know there's quite a few of you on here, and just let you know that ethics training that you're here for is done for now. So you can feel free to sign off.
Not a simple focus. We had some of the RTP and ATV and other committee members that was. Yeah, we're going to reconvene. Go ahead, guys. Those are weird. I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, thank you for your patience while we kind of got the text set up. It always works so great in practice. And then you actually do it and things happen. So. Good afternoon, Chair Hill, Oregon Parks and Recreation Commission members and Director Sumption. My name is Ian Johnson. I'm the Associate Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. I have 3 staff members with me, John Polly, who's our state archaeologist, Joy Sears, who's our restoration specialist, and Josh Henderson is joining us online today. What we'll be talking about today is basically what is the Oregon SHPO and larger what is the Heritage Division, to give you an idea of the work that we do and how we do it, how we've been performing over time, and what we expect to be able to do under our new historic preservation plan, which is going to be fresh off the presses at the end of this month. We are going to talk a little bit about our larger division, the Heritage Division, and specifically our grants that are handled, and grants and outreach programs handled through our outreach division. But Curry Gill is going to give you a more in-depth presentation about that in September and really kind of do it justice. But we'll talk about it a little bit here because our programs are pretty integrated, and you'll get a sense of how that all comes together. So while I try to manage the tech and everything else here, we thought we'd start with a little bit of our organizational chart here. The Oregon SHPO is part of OPRD's Heritage Division, and we call ourselves Oregon Heritage. You might see that out in communities when we're advertising our events. Oregon Heritage includes the Federal National Park Service programs, as well as the state's preservation, culture, and heritage programs. Now, all of our programs are united in the belief that our special traditions, collections, and places connect us to the past and really are part of placemaking across the state. We support local communities in this process by providing leadership, technical assistance, funding, and collaboration opportunities to our many partners. And all of our programs align with this vision and purpose. So this is our current org chart. It changes about every 30 days, unfortunately, right now. But I thought I'd give you a sense of kind of where we are at this point. Now, if you didn't already know, Director Sumption is the named State Historic Preservation Officer in statute. Our regular management team is Matt Rippey, Chrissy Curran, Curry Gill, and myself. We're divided into 4 bureaus, the Preservation, Compliance, Outreach, and Support bureaus. The SHPO includes the functions of the Preservation and Compliance Bureau, and we're going to move across those red boxes in a little bit of detail from left and right. The Preservation Bureau is under my management and includes the National Register of Historic Places, Survey and Inventory of Historic Places, and the Federal Preservation Tax Credit programs. This work group focuses on identifying and evaluating historic properties and also treatment or care of historic properties. Moving 1 red box to the left, no, right, you're right. The Compliance Bureau oversees federal and state cultural resource laws, and they handle about 3,000 requests for project review a year. The Bureau's task is to assist tribes and agencies, federal and state agencies, to comply with the state and federal cultural resource laws. And the whole purpose of those projects is to either avoid or minimize adverse impacts to historic properties. Moving 1 more box to the right, this is the Outreach Bureau. It's under the management of Curry Gill. It includes a number of state programs, including the Oregon Main Street Program, which is a downtown economic development program that leverages the community's historic identity. There's over 100 communities that participate in that particular program. The Oregon Heritage Commission is a governor-appointed commission that supports museums, archives, and historical organizations with technical assistance, grants, and other services. And then we have the Oregon Historic Cemetery Program, which recognizes our historic burial places. The Certified Local Government Program is a federal program. It's a partnership between federal, state, and local governments to support local historic preservation programs, and we support that with grants and technical assistance. Currently, over 50 communities participate in that program. So in the last year, we've experienced increasing workloads and staff turnover, and we've been dealing with that by bringing in temporary assistance and filling positions as quickly as possible. So I'm going to tell you what all those little symbols mean in just a moment. So the tan boxes are currently vacant positions, and I can announce that that one in the upper left-hand corner I filled last night. So I got the acceptance letter on that one, and the others are out for job announcements. The curved arrows indicate folks on job rotations. There's 3 there, 2 of which return to their regular positions at the end of the month. The purple boxes are ODOT liaisons, and they are ODOT employees. And they only respond to ODOT projects. And yes, that agency does that much work. So that's a function we have in the office. The stars denote employees who have, actually I'll back up. The little calendars are employees who are on limited duration appointments. Those are 2-year appointments. We have 3 folks and they are in different places within that 2-year time frame. The job rotation employees and the limited duration employees have been brought in to kind of plug the holes on some key projects and workload, especially while we've been staffing up over time. The gold stars are employees who have been with us less than a year or have been in their position less than a year. So that's a pretty new team. Staff changes are creating a lot of exciting opportunities for us. But as you might imagine, hiring and onboarding and training takes quite a bit of energy and time. And I don't expect us to be fully operational in the same way we were when we were previously fully staffed to about the end of the year. Any questions on a chart here? I ran through that pretty quick.
No, but thank you for that.
Yes.
No problem.
And I missed
That
the
explains a lot.
Josh and Kristen have the special, what was that again?
What's that?
On Josh and Kristen's and Heidi's.
Limited duration.
They're limited
Oh, they're-
duration employees. Yes.
The calendar.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
This vacant person seems to be doing a lot.
Yes, yeah, the vacant person is doing quite a bit, but yeah, we're able to fill. So we've been doing a lot of hiring and I've gotten fairly good at it at this point. So
March.
maybe a little bit of a step back. What is a state historic preservation office? Whoops. So every state does have a state historic preservation office. It was established by the 1966 Historic Preservation Act. President Lyndon Johnson there signing the act. Specifically, what it does is it sets federal policy for preserving our nation's heritage, establishes the federal, state, and federal tribal partnerships and the National Register of Historic Places, and mandates the selection of a qualified state historic preservation officer. It creates the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, which is the referee for the compliance process. Federal agencies must consult on projects with SHPOs and other partners when they have a project that may impact historic properties. And that is the group that kind of adjudicates that should the parties not be able to come to agreement. It also charges federal agencies with responsible stewardship and establishes the Certified Local Government Program, which I described before. Each state's SHPO is the local administrator of those federal programs. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, our SHPO also has the state programs that we administer as well. A lot of them are similar or complementary to the federal processes. The federal programs are generally designed to be voluntary and procedural. So for instance, the National Register of Historic Places, and anyone can nominate a property, but folks can object to it, except in the district, it's majority rules. In the case of the Section 106 compliance process, there is a procedural process, but in the end, the agency gets to decide whether it has or has not complied. Although the ACHP does get to provide a ruling in some cases on what they should do, whether they actually do it or not, different question. We see a lot of variations sometimes on what agencies choose to do. However, I will say in most cases, agencies choose to follow the procedure and come to some kind of consensus with all the parties involved, because the way the law is designed really encourages that to happen, because it is very procedural and procedure costs money. So in most cases, the parties do come to some kind of agreement. So to assist SHPOs in carrying out that work, we receive a grant from the National Park Service, and the formula used for that includes population, area, and residences over 50 years old based on the recent census data. And our last grant amount was $1,161,729. And as you can imagine, the money, because it's a set pot, is actually migrating west as population and number of residences over 50 years grow. So that amount goes up a little bit every year. Also wanted to mention too that as the local administrator programs, we have a lot of decision-making authority as the SHPO, but all of our processes can be appealed to the National Park Service. So if someone doesn't care for the decision we made, there's multiple avenues for them to go ahead and appeal those decisions. So as part of our grant funding, we are required to tell the federal government how we're going to spend it. So we put out a historic preservation plan every 5 to 10 years. And it's not just a plan for the SHPO, it's a plan for how the state's going to spend that money, including our federal partners. So our 2018-2023 Oregon Preservation Plan addressed 10 broad topics, including government partnerships, advocacy and networking, public outreach and education, professional education, technology, identification and designation of cultural resources, resource preservation, grants and funding, and economic development laws. The plan emphasizes the role of the heritage community, which we say includes tribal, federal, state, and local governments and agencies as stewards of cultural resources and the administrators of laws, but also museums, archives, educational institutions, advocacy organizations, landmark commissions, and Oregon Main Street organizations, and really anyone who has an interest in cultural resources and history in Oregon. For each issue in this plan, we've identified one of the National Park Service's preservation steps to accomplish it, including identifying historic properties, evaluating them for recognition, designating them through programs like the National Register, so the 4 steps. But we also added education, which we think is really quite important and plays a central role in our programs. After adding state and grant assistance programs in previous years in the 2018 and 2023, the 2018-2023 plan really kind of focused on broadening and deepening the programs we already had, improving customer service, and doing some streamlining to our processes. So any questions on what a SHPO is or kind of this plan here?
And you ran through quite a list on heritage community, but what's the definition of that?
We made it up ourselves. So, I mean, really, we've chosen to be quite broad. Our programs involve, agencies at all levels, tribal governments, through our state outreach programs who deal with museums, archives, historical societies, historic cemetery organizations, and whatnot. There's a high degree of connection among all of them, even between the federal agencies and the local governments, or the federal agencies and like even the local historical society. So for instance, if you have a federal agency that's impacting a local, let's say they're giving a grant out to renovate a school, as part of the compliance process, they're going to reach out perhaps to the local historical society and say, what's important about this school? What should we consider maybe for historic mitigation if we're tearing it down? So a lot of our programs, for instance, our heritage conferences designed to kind of bring all those groups together. We do education on both sides of it. We help the federal agencies understand what their commitments are and how best to approach those local entities. We help those local entities understand the questions that are being asked. So a lot of times they get a little bowled over by the very long federal letters, and they're not really sure what their role is. So we tend to educate from both sides to go ahead and bring folks together. Thank you. So I thought I'd go quickly over just some select accomplishments that we had in the 2018-2023 plan. I think it's important to note that most of our work is driven by customer demand. So that's a big volume of it. But where we are able to steer, we certainly choose to with the state plan. And so we can prioritize our initiatives to a certain extent. So I've offered some kind of condensed accomplishments from this time period. Of course, this isn't all of them. We give you a report every February on kind of what we've accomplished. And so that gives you an opportunity to kind of check up on us. So through the Compliance Bureau, we provided 18,386 project review responses. Luckily, a lot of those are quick form letters. We signed 112 interagency agreement documents. And additionally, together with our tribal nations, federal, state, and local governments and the public, we added 26,307 properties to the statewide inventory and 75 places to the National Register. And my most important metric, we beat Washington. So as long as we're beating Washington State, I'm ahead. We distributed 249 grants totaling $48,860,251.48 to rehabilitate historic properties. Yes, we are excellent accountants. We know where every penny goes. And through the Oregon Main Street program, communities generated 162 million, 172,000, 289 million private, and 156,883 and $412 in public investment, resulting in 549 net new businesses, 125 business expansions, and 3,028 jobs through 949 building improvement projects. That would be why there's over 100 communities participating. That's a program that works. We also conducted a lot of training through for the Certified Local Government Program, and we coordinated statewide conferences for the Main Street program and held a Heritage Conference and Summit on alternating years throughout the planning cycle. Held staff presentations across the state, and a lot of these events were co-sponsored by local actors. We also conducted 7 workshop series around the state on topics such as organizational development, staff and volunteer recruitment, public engagement, and networking. We collaborated with the city of Cottage Grove and local organizations to develop a community-wide cultural resource disaster resilience plan in partnership with the University of Oregon's Institute for Policy Research and Engagement and other community organizations. That ended up being an award-winning project. Got national recognition. It also has served as a great model across the state. With the participation and input from the heritage community, we put out several reports, including a report titled The Economic Impacts and Value of Oregon's Heritage Organizations and Events Report. Another one titled The Impact of Oregon's Main Streets. And a third, What's Up Downtown, a playbook for activating Oregon's upper stories. These are designed not only to be educational tools for local folks, but also decision makers, and also provide actionable information for the organizations carrying out the work. The Oregon State Heritage Commission, State Library of Oregon, and Washington State Library launched Northwest Digital Heritage, which is an online resource that brings together unique historical collections into online venue. It's from over 150 libraries, archives, and museums participated throughout the region, and that's growing. If you're looking at a great way to blow time at work, that's a fun thing to go ahead and look through. Not that I ever do that.
I think I'll.
No, never do it. We also revised the Oregon administrative rules, which is exciting for us. But we did that for the National Register of Historic Places program and the state archaeological permit process. And we did that as part of an extensive public involvement process. So
Those rule changes were great too.
yes, they were. Yeah. We appreciate your support on that.
Ian, a question here. Is added 26,307 properties in 5 years?
Mhm.
That's, if you work every day of the year, that's 14 and a half projects a day.
Yeah.
Is it that easy to do a project?
Well, so are you talking about the respond to the request for project review at the top there?
No, the property.
The
Oh, the property.
property.
So those come a lot of times in databases. So of 500, 600, or 1,000 properties that we can kind of just, you know, you check them and then you download them in mass.
Like a neighborhood?
A whole
It
neighborhood.
could be a whole neighborhood, could be this is historic properties, could be houses, could be commercial buildings, could be archaeological sites. Part of this project, and I'll get to later, is we have had a lot of backlog data in the last 2 or 3 years. We've been really running on it hard to get it all and loaded in. So that this is a number is a little bit of reflection of that effort. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, the inventory is just an inventory of properties that have been looked at. It's not recognition. Sorry. Thank you, Chris.
I do. I want to talk about the theater. You know me too well already.
So I forgot to mention the Liberty Theater here, which is a great example. So a lot, and we've been talking about individual programs, but a lot of our programs are, you know, organizations will take advantage of several different programs once. And we talked about the integration across. So the Liberty Theater here is in North Bend, which participates in the Certified Local Government and the Main Street programs. It also took advantage of our Preserving Oregon grant, which is one pot of money, and also our Main Street. And one of the things we really try to do is realize that I showed you the org chart, but to the folks at the Liberty Theater here, they don't care. Making sure that our programs are integrated in such a way that they're easy to use and that they can be leveraged to, you know, come up with a great project like this. And I wish I had space for a before and after, but I wasn't sure how small it would be for you.
It's a
Couple
great
of them
project.
know.
It's a great project though. I mean, Liz has lived down in Coos Bay too, and just seeing. Yeah.
She's
If
gonna
you-
bring pictures the next meeting.
If you could have seen it before, 5 years ago, they had a blue, you know, portable toilet outside because they had no handicapped restrooms inside. And when I would drive through North Bend, I would see people without estate plates just like pulling up to that bathroom and using it and then driving up. And I thought, what do they think of our town? But anyway, it was falling down. It's amazing the difference now.
Yeah, it's a
Terrific.
fantastic project. So
And those programs are so contagious in those communities, right? Once one goes, it
it is, it's just very contagious and it's really cool to watch the revitalization that happens in these communities.
We've seen it even happen from town to town, you know.
Yeah.
Folks like, well, we want what they have over there. So,
We don't want to look like,
yeah.
Cool.
Showing just the map here, this is just the grants we gave out in 2023. And so one of the things we really try to do is lower the barrier for applying to our grants. So organizations of any size and complexity can apply for those grants, and then having administering our grants in such a way that it is more likely that the benefits will be distributed. And again, this is just for 2023. And Joy's going to talk a little bit about in her presentation about a couple of projects or a couple of programs that kind of lead to some of these dots on the map here. And I think, you know, our approach kind of bears out here. You see, we've been successful in spreading those grants out. If I showed you a map of where our program participation, you'd see the similar kind of spread, or where we hold our programs or in events, you'd see a similar spread. So that's a big thing that we try to do, is be real easy to be concentrated in the valley because that's where the population is, but we really do try to spread out the benefits of what we do. So our previous plan aimed to enhance existing efforts for broader impact and accessibility to individuals and organizations, and things generally went according to plan in 2018 and 2019, and then 2020. We started to experience pretty significant challenges that influenced our work and have been kind of influencing our work over the last 3 years. So divided this into a couple categories. We have conditions mostly beyond our control that really affected our operating environment. These included the COVID-19 health crisis, which resulted in staff layoffs and significant budget cuts and a swift transition to remote work. The 2020 wildfires is probably the most memorable natural disaster during that time period, but there were ice storms and floods and other kinds of things. We're still supporting federal agencies in cleaning up after those through our various projects, mostly the compliance department or bureau. There was increased federal funding during this time period for various pandemic and infrastructure spending bills, and we're still seeing that money come through. Furthermore, there were statewide initiatives aimed at improving processes such as accounting, HR, payroll, and IT security, which takes time to learn and put into place. It also became evident during this time period that a lot of our state laws just did not meet the current time. A lot of, especially the archaeology laws, were written in the 80s, so they are well old enough to drink now. And just don't simply reflect, kind of the current practices and needs. So during this period, we also identified several issues that we could address. Outdated state rules affecting operations led to, as I mentioned before, revisions to the National Register and State Archaeological Permit Rule. We also updated and standardized office practices for those two programs and a lot of our other practices as well. These efforts incorporated a lot of lessons we learned from contentious projects and legal challenges. And John will talk about our ongoing efforts in that area in his presentation. Staff turnover has also been significant, first in 2020 and now in 2023. As discussed earlier, we're actively addressing that. We have outdated digital tools have hindered our work. For instance, we're still on Access, which is the database equivalent of a covered wagon, appropriate for Oregon perhaps. But we have been making constant tweaks to our processes and fixing that as we can. And so it's basically a continuous improvement process for us. Managing the volume of records and diverse formats we receive them in, along with legacy data that still needs to be fully integrated to our records, is still a significant challenge. Over the last couple of years, and why that we had that 26,000 number there, is we've been getting grants from BLM and Forest Service and then looping in IT to digitize records and add them. We had them in formats where we don't count them until they're fully available in our systems. And so if they're in paper, they're not counted until they're digitized. If they are in an unusable format, not counted until they're digitized. So we've been doing that process, and we expect it to continue. During his talk, Josh will address that. So while we adapted to the conditions, addressed numerous issues, we fell short of some of our goals. Any questions on any of that before I get to my last slide here, before turning it over?
It's really good stuff.
Okay. So our recent current 2024-2033 Oregon Historic Preservation Plan really took into account recent experiences and current reality, as well as a pretty extensive public outreach effort, which included an online survey, public virtual meetings, engagement with tribal nations and federal, state, and local governments, academic institutions, and all of our heritage community partners. That happened over about 18 months, ending in August 2023. Similar to our previous plan, the new plan focuses on improving the administration of existing programs. We didn't find a lot of need to create anything new. Thought we had a lot of things well covered, and that was kind of the feedback we received. The plan accomplishes better service by focusing on fewer, more clearly defined cultural resource issues. It frames those as problem or opportunity statements addressed by specific measurable goals, and those goals are addressed in each issue statement. The goal is supported by well-defined objectives or specific projects, and then actions that build towards achieving the goals. And the plan also includes strategies, which are approaches to carrying out the objectives. And if you think that's complicated, that's what I was asked to do by the National Park Service, and they pay the bills. So, but if hopefully when you see the plan, it will make good sense. I thought I'd just briefly kind of go over the 4 issues broadly. So issue 1 is building the heritage community, and addresses strengthening organizations that preserve our past by supporting the development of their leaders, staff, and volunteers, and their connections to an increasingly diverse community. Reaching this goal requires developing training programs, helping recruit staff, conducting more collaborative projects, and seeking increased funding for these efforts. Issue 2, preservation planning, which includes identifying, evaluating, designating, and treating cultural resources. Issue 2 sets out to save historic places that represent history by identifying them, planning for the future, and finding more money and resources for the preservation. Accomplishing this goal depends on integrating preservation efforts into infrastructure development, land use processes, and disaster preparedness and response plans, and supporting targeted economic development incentive programs. Issue 3, federal, state, and local government statutes, rules, ordinances, and processes. Issue 3 calls for increased government efficiency, transparency, and accountability in administering cultural resource laws, and encouraging agencies to support preservation efforts. Addressing this issue calls for providing leaders with information and resources to make informed policy and program decisions, and considering new or revised statutes, and also Oregon administrative rules, and also asking local governments to update their ordinances. Issue 4, information technology tools, develop statewide technology resources, including a public database to manage federal and state programs and digitize historic documents, collections, and research materials. Achieving this goal involves supporting the use and expansion of Northwest Digital Heritage and online archive and other public digital services, and developing a revenue source to support statewide services. There's a lot of things we carry through in this new plan from the old plan, but I think what kind of sets it apart is there's 3 issues that we kind of carry across the entire plan that show up in various levels in all 4 of the issues, and we heard a lot about during the public outreach effort. One was addressing diversity, equity, inclusion, and access in the heritage community and organizations and programs. So that's a theme you'll see carried through all 4 issues. The other is preparing for and responding to disasters. That was something that came up repeatedly when we were doing the outreach, and was really prominent in our minds from our experience under the previous plan. And then just preservation planning generally. I like to say, if you're calling me and the bulldozer is outside the building, you've lost. It's already too late. We talked about the theater in North Bend. That was a multi-year project from a building that was in terrible shape. Unfortunately, my federal and state programs don't operate very quickly, but they do great work when they're given enough time to. We are carrying through in the plan the definition of the heritage community. We're carrying through in the plan the National Park Service preservation approaches, and something that we're making more of an emphasis on is this idea of what cultural resources are, which include, what you would think, buildings and structures, things that you could list most commonly in the National Register, but also beliefs, traditions, archives, collections, natural resources of cultural significance. So really kind of broadening that definition. This plan comes out in print and online at the end of the month. I look back at my project record. I started this in August 2022, so I'm really glad this project is coming to an end. So be happy to share that with everyone. And then I'll take any questions on what I've just presented, and otherwise I'll turn it over to Josh, who's online with us, for him to give the second half of the presentation.
So Ian, if we can, as you talked about digital and updating, I don't want to get too far down in the weeds, but this morning we heard the folks here talking about Past Perfect.
Mhm.
Are you doing things that integrate with those Arlo museums on Past Perfect? But will you do things that integrate appropriate with the little guys like us?
Yeah, I mean, we, Past Perfect is a cataloging program that museums and archives use. A lot of our database, so we have the statewide inventory of historic properties, which is a different animal. We don't actually maintain any records for museums and archives. But as we develop our systems, we certainly want them to be used. One of the problems we're having is that no one uses Access anymore.
Yeah.
So when they say, hey, we say we have an Access database, and they go, ew, icky. Yeah.
You're pro?
Yeah, exactly. So we definitely go out to our user groups, because also we want to be able to receive and send out data more easily. So for instance, when we're working with federal agencies, for instance, in a disaster, we have to provide them a data cut. Providing essentially what is an Excel spreadsheet is not super useful for them. Does that answer your question?
I think it just, I worry as we go along in this digital life we're in, that we do things that let us communicate easily where we need to.
Yeah, I mean, Josh will talk more about where we are in our development process, because we are looking at developing a new tool.
This is a pretty high level question. Your last plan was 5 years. This one's 9.
10.
10. Why?
Well, some of our projects are super ambitious and will require time to adjust and make that. So John is going to talk a little bit about our ongoing process to update our rules. Well, agency capacity is about, and staff capacity is about 1 every 18 months is what we can do.
So what you're saying, your 5-year plan was a little more ambitious than you could do, and you're
Yes,
being
thank
more
you.
realistic is the answer that I'm getting.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, and also I think what we found with a 5-year plan is about the time we got 2-3 years into it, it was time to start doing the public outreach again, and it just didn't have enough time on it. So we're going to try a 10-year plan.
Wildfires and COVID and
Yeah. So we're going to try a 10-year plan, and part of the evaluation, excuse me, will be, is that too long, right? So we're going to see that was the maximum time frame the Park Service would approve. So we're going to try a 10-year plan. There was some debate on whether we might go with an 8-year plan to fit a little bit better, but we decided 10, and we're going to evaluate to see how it works. Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Josh to present. And from my screen, I can't see him. So Josh, if you're there, just go ahead and start speaking, and I'll flip the slides when you ask me to. I can see him. Hey, Josh, if you can hear us, we can't hear you quite yet.
So when they come into the conference,
He's muted himself.
they'll reach out, like Steve's reached out.
Hey, Josh, could you check your mic here there? We still can't hear you. You have a sense, Chris, of what might be the issue?
Ian, can you hear me now?
There you are. Yay.
Okay, about that. I knew there was going to be something. Well, hello, everyone. So can everyone hear and see me okay?
Yeah, make sure you lean into your mic, Josh.
All right, sounds good. Well, good afternoon, Commission Chair, members of the Oregon Parks and Recreation Commission, and Director Assumption. My name is Josh Henderson, and I currently serve as the Archaeology Survey and Inventory Coordinator within the State Historic Preservation Office of the Oregon Heritage Division. I'm really sorry that I cannot all be with you in person today. I'm still a little bit bummed about that, but I'm very happy to be speaking with you from OPRD headquarters in Salem. Today, I'd like to provide you a brief overview of the Heritage Division's survey and inventory programs Admittedly, it'll be a little bit biased towards archaeology as I am an archaeologist, but I'll try to cover the built environment side as well. I am a member of a two-person team. The built survey and inventory coordinator is currently a vacant position. So I'm holding down the survey and inventory program with the help of a few of my other colleagues at the moment. But as the survey and inventory coordinator, I serve a vital role in our division, primarily with the issuance and coordination of state archaeological permits, as well as I manage multiple databases that make up the state repository of all archaeological data. The built survey and inventory coordinator manages the state repository for built environment data. And so I'll talk about that a little bit at the end, as well as Ian discussed very briefly kind of what some of the challenges that the survey and inventory program has faced within the last few years. So I'll provide a brief overview of our vision for those programs. Aside from state archaeological permits and overall data management, I assist with several other Heritage Division programs. The first of which is I serve as the backup to the built survey and inventory coordinator. I assist historians with reconnaissance level surveys. So those surveys of very large commercial districts or neighborhoods. Also with intensive level surveys looking at very specific historic buildings, as well as answering any questions related to the Oregon Historic Sites database, which is a mapping interface and a database that stores all reports and National Register nominations for historic buildings and structures. I work with the Certified Local Governments program by presenting at workshops and educating local governments on how to improve the preservation of archaeological resources within their community. I assist our National Register coordinator with nominations pertaining to archaeological resources and districts. And finally, I also serve as a grant reviewer for Oregon Heritage grants awarded to any project that seeks to conduct an archaeological investigation with grant funds issued from our agency. Ian, if you wouldn't mind transitioning to the next slide. I'd like to discuss a little bit in more detail about archaeological permits. So state archaeological permits are required to conduct any sort of presence or absence testing for archaeological resources on any non-federal public land, or to excavate and remove any archaeological objects from known archaeological sites, both on non-federal public land and on private land in the state of Oregon. So our office, we issue around 250 to 300 permits each year to Oregon qualified archaeologists who meet requirements written in statute. So in order to apply for a permit, you do need to meet the statutory requirements. And so to ensure that all permits are being held by Oregon qualified archaeologists, I review and assist applicants through their application process. It's a process that, or it's an application that our office disseminates to the public and makes available to any professional archaeologist to apply for. I assist applicants through that process and then review their final applications to make sure that they meet the requirements written in statute. And as well as once everyone has been approved, I maintain a list of all professional archaeologists in the state of Oregon who have met those statutory requirements to ensure that our permit process can move forward without any additional hiccups related to that. So in my role, aside from reviewing Oregon qualified archaeologist applications, I also serve as the primary permit reviewer and coordinate the permit review process with applicants, the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, landowners, and the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon. Last year, as Ian kind of discussed previously, our office sought to revise the administrative rule related to archaeological permits. This rule was actually brought before this commission last year, I believe, and finally took effect on July 1st of 2023. This rule included improvements to clarify definitions, both written in statute and in the previous rule, and sought to kind of remove some of the gray area around specific sections related to applying for archaeological permits, when permits are needed, as well as adding additional definitions and clarifications to the Oregon Qualified Archaeologist process. I'd probably say that was probably one of the bigger changes is removing a lot of the gray area for what it means to be an Oregon Qualified Archaeologist and the application process for that. I would probably say that this past year, we've seen some growing pains, as with any major change. This rule revision sought to bring in some of the language in the rule in line with statute, especially pertaining to what is an archaeological site. There was a little bit of arbitrary language in the old rule, and so we brought that in line back with the original statute. So we've seen some growing pains from folks. We've definitely answered probably a bit more inquiries regarding needing clarification. I think at about a year mark where we're at now, I think those inquiries are starting to settle down. So I think overall the rule revision has been very positive, and we're starting to get back into the groove of issuing archaeological permits without any additional issues. Are there any questions from the commission? I'll take a pause.
Nope.
All right, not seeing anything. Ian, would you mind transitioning to the next slide for me? So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the other side of the survey and inventory program, which is heritage data management. So our office manages multiple databases that contain all known information regarding any past survey work, and these databases also contain a pretty comprehensive record of all cultural resources in our state. So that's both archaeological resources and built environment resources, such as historic structures and buildings. So this all of this data is generated from various sources, such as the Certified Local Government Program, state and federal agencies, universities, and private contractors. After a survey is completed, both archaeological and a kind of built environment survey, it is then passed and reviewed through our compliance department. And after our compliance team reviews those cases are then passed into the survey and inventory program, and all of that data generated from those previous surveys enters in our state inventory of heritage data. So for archaeological resources, I maintain all of these records through multiple resources, including their geographic coordinate data, as well as any written data, such as site forms, reports, and things of that nature. So the first of these databases is our site form and bibliographic database. The bibliographic database stores over 34,000 reports, which document all previously conducted archaeological surveys conducted in our state. And it stores all of the bibliographic information, so report titles, authors, publication year, publication source, that kind of thing. The site form database stores multiple thousands of archaeological site forms. Site forms are a bit like a archaeological site's biography. It records pretty much the whole life of an archaeological site for when it was initially recorded all the way to its most recent update. So we're able to track the change at an archaeological site over time. Due to various environmental and sometimes human-caused conditions, archaeological sites, their condition can fade over time. So it is useful for archaeologists to track those changes each time that site is visited. Once our office receives a report and a completed archaeological site form, it then enters our online mapping interface database called the Oregon Archaeological Records Remote Access Database. This is a mapping interface database that stores all of the previous documents I discussed, site forms and reports, and combines that with the geographic coordinate data, so archaeologists can conduct background research on projects that are planned in the future. So our survey and inventory program is a bit cyclical in nature. As folks apply for permits, they're required to conduct background research and rely on this on our multitude of databases to conduct that background research. That informs their survey methods in their permits. And then eventually with their permits, that'll lead to new data, which will then be entered again into the survey and inventory program. So it is a very important cycle between permits and our data management programs. The built side of our survey and inventory program also has a very similar mapping interface database called the Oregon Historic Sites Database. And this serves as the state repository for any built environment data, any architectural surveys, reconnaissance level surveys, and intensive level surveys. And it's very similar to the ORA, the Oregon Archaeological Records Remote Access. It stores over 72,000 records for historic buildings, structures, sites, objects, and historic districts. Ian, if you want to go ahead and transition to the next slide. Thank you. So I know I've thrown a lot at you. I've mentioned quite a few databases, and I apologize, I can't really go into much detail. But I do want to provide you a brief look at the future of our survey and inventory program. And you may have caught on a theme that we have a lot of databases. Ian alluded to the fact that a lot of them are still managed in Microsoft Access, which is an ailing program. So we have a pretty concrete vision for the future, which really relies around unifying all of our survey and inventory databases into one comprehensive system. So it's our future, or it's our goal to build an accessible and sustainable statewide information management system that supports all of the heritage community's work. And so right now we're using all these independent databases that don't really talk to each other, which is both inefficient for the staff in our office as well as for the heritage community conducting this really important and vital work in all of our communities. So our vision is to create what we're calling the Heritage Hub, which is a statewide web-based data management system that integrates all of the above databases that I've mentioned. So these include our compliance database that stores all of the data related to compliance cases, those archaeological reports, our built environment survey reports, and our archaeological permits. Combining that with the archaeological site forms database, the bibliographic database, Aura, and the historic sites database, all into kind of a one-stop shop. So our future really is to modernize all of our programs that we use internally, but also to modernize our external facing programs for the heritage community to use in some of their important work. We're hoping this will improve the overall customer experience, make the process maybe a little less frustrating. That's always our goal. But also to make it less confusing. I received quite a few inquiries from folks asking questions, why do I submit certain documentation in this one database, but I have to submit an archaeological report through a different database or a different process. So it brings all of that together into one place, which will hopefully help us internally and create a bit more efficiency within our office of streamlining all of that data that comes into our office and makes it a bit easier and quicker for us to provide that information out to the heritage community. So that way they can conduct all of that really important work that goes on in our communities. Are there any questions related to Heritage Hub or any of our heritage data management programs that we currently use?
We've got one.
Gosh, this has got to be going on in other states. And this in some ways is a data management issue, not a historic preservation issue. Are there databases proprietary that would suit our need? And you don't need to give the price, but is there movement towards actual purchase of something that would work over time in everything's going proprietary, so somebody else has to maintain it.
So yes, there is. The state of New York. So we started talking about this many years ago, and this hesitated in that there's a couple of companies that have developed databases that are useful for other state historic preservation offices. And as part of our development process, we'll be thinking about, do we build it ourselves? Do we, take advantage of one of these systems, or do we take advantage of something else? And so we are in the process of figuring out, our development process. Once we define what this needs to be, we'll figure out what is the most cheapest, expedient way to do it. But yes, there are some fully developed systems, and because the federal programs are all the same, we can certainly borrow. Where we start to get into the will this work, or what kind of modifications might we need, is when we start adding on the state programs and how that works. And so, and we're also very conscious about, I've been talking with the developers on how do we maintain this thing? I don't want an 800-pound gorilla.
That's where the proprietary comes in, because then they maintain it if you buy it, but it doesn't necessarily fit in the box you wanted to fit. This is a constant data problem.
Yeah, I mean, we very well may wind up modifying how we administer our programs to fit our budget. Because right now, with all these different databases, that's one workflow process. As soon as you start to integrate it, now they have to work all together. And so this is more than just buying a database and using it. We're going to have to look top to bottom in how we operate on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, good luck with this, Josh.
This has been, you're gonna see the policy option package coming back yet again. I think it'll be our third biennium. And we may have to like rephrase this to your point, because it is a data management system and you're talking about Access, but it's also FileMaker Pro still too, correct? Which is even older than Access, right? So there's a yeah, so it's a really big need for us. And there was one point, the federal government, somebody had money to give us, like US Forest Service or somebody was gonna give us money to build it, and we couldn't get there. Like we just couldn't get it over the legislative line to get here. So I'm hopeful that we'll be more successful this time, as Ian said, to then relook at re-engineering some of the processes to say, are there other ways to do the work rather than the way that we're doing it to get the same outcome? So I think we're better prepared this time than we've ever been. And other people have gone first.
Right.
Well, Vicky asked my question. So that's basically where I was at, where you were at in the process. So, you know, because I've seen some of these state agencies that undertake these huge programs like DMV, for example, and years and years and years. So that's where I was wondering, was where you were at in the process.
Yeah, I mean, we are trying to move quickly though. Microsoft no longer was ending support for Access. So we're one push update from the system going down. Luckily, we have really smart IT people who have lots of duct tape and bubble gum.
Yeah.
And so they've been able to, you know, keep it running. But, you know, to your point, we are carefully considering the complexity that we can maintain over time. And a less capable but maintainable system is more important to have than one with all the bells and whistles that we can't maintain either financially or staff support or whatnot. The big thing we need to accomplish is getting all those databases to be friends. You heard Josh's very complicated description. Well, there's somebody who's there who's, you know, to move it through the process is having to swap between databases and copy and paste and move and rename at each step of the process. And so that's the main problem we got to fix. And then updating the technology. And then we will carefully consider what level of complexity really supports our programs. There's some states that have fantastic programs. They're marvelous. They do all sorts of different things. But the cost reflects that, you know? And so we have to be thoughtful about what is doable for us and what we really need. So our process is going to figure that out.
Any more? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Hill, members of the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department Commission, and Director Sumption. My name is John Pauly, and I'm the state archaeologist and the Compliance Bureau team lead at SHPO. I think Ian and I are also wearing our new proposal for SHPO uniforms right now.
Boy, you don't have a yellow tie and you're black, not navy.
Just get that memo.
So yeah, at the beginning, Ian talked a little bit about how the SHPO was created from the National Historic Preservation Act, and part of that, it defines certain things like, you know, core staff of the SHPO have to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for certain professions. So my profession is, you know, archaeology. My position is one of those positions. I also needed to meet the Oregon qualified archaeologist in statute for the position. But Ian also kind of refers to my position as the forward-facing role. So you saw 3,000 cases. There's a lot of things that we review. We respond to cases with letters, and you know, sometimes that's reaching an audience of one when every time we're writing a letter, and oftentimes we have to write the same letters. So I've been trying to do more outreach and messaging when I can to try and help with that, help educate people on a variety of things. I've listed a number of ways that I do that. But one of them is going to be the Oregon Archaeological Guidelines. Most states that I'm aware of, and I did recently look at this, including territories, have archaeological guidelines of some kind, and it's usually backed by the SHPO, and it's basically, these are kind of, this is the level of effort that we basically expect. As Josh mentioned, after the rule revision to the permit statute, for the rule for the permit statute, our current guidelines were messaging things from that previous rule and previous interpretation of statute. And so we needed to update them. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this more, but I'm looking at this as another type of an opportunity, instead of just talking about archaeological field guidelines, since 99% of all of the archaeological products that come into our office are compliance based. I'm doing a compliance A to Z for archaeologists. So, and I'll kind of explain that here in a second. I do a lot of presentations and education at universities. Thankfully, I've been invited back several times to Portland State University every year, Oregon State, Southern Oregon University, and I also occasionally go to high schools and primary schools. And I'm also sitting on the DLCD Rule Advisory Committee right now for Goal 5, and they're trying to put together a rule that kind of broadens or helps define Goal 5 a little bit better. And I'm there for a number of reasons, but I feel a little weird saying this with Steve Shipsey in the room, but my job description says that I'm supposed to be an expert in state and federal laws, but that's a big lift. But I would say that I read them a lot, and I scratch my head over them a lot, but mostly just the ones that deal with archaeology and things like that. So thank you. So the priority project I want to talk about are the Oregon Archaeological Guidelines. And to get folks from to understanding and thinking about compliance A to Z, I've come up with 5 basic topics. I should start by saying that I have sent invitations to all 9 of Oregon's federally recognized tribes to participate in helping me work with these. They do a lot of review for the same types of things that we do. And so far, I think I've met with 6 of them. I'm also starting to reach out to state agency archaeologists. And then Ian and I were talking on the drive up, and we're probably going to look at maybe trying to do some sort of public comment period to the broader archaeological community. But of the sections that I'm looking at, the first one is laws. And I thought it'd be great if we just had all the state and federal laws that will apply to an archaeological investigation in Oregon in one place, because right now you got to bounce around on the internet to try and find them all. And so that's the one that, just from talking to folks, I've got a lot of positive feedback from, because it's just kind of helpful. But at the same time, you know, it also shows some of the issues that we have with these laws that I'll kind of touch on at the end here. Research is a part that I'm going to talk about in just a second, but that's kind of an important thing. And it seems weird. Archaeologists should know how to do research. It's an important part of the discipline, but oftentimes the research isn't quite focused. And I'll even speak for myself. When I was in college and in graduate school, I wasn't learning about applying the National Register criteria. Those weren't things that they were teaching us. And so it's really hard sometimes when you get out of the world of academia and it's like, wait a minute, there's these laws, and then there are things that we have to do. And, you know, we're providing comments on whether places are important, oftentimes for cultures other than the ones that, you know, we're part of ourselves. And so that's one that I'm putting a lot of effort into, and I'll touch on that in just a sec. Field methods is going to be pretty much the same, but we're just going to focus on professional standards and that they're replicable. That's the whole idea. Josh was talking about the variations of recording archaeological sites through times. If I look at an archaeological site form and there have been 5 other times that it's been recorded, I want to know exactly what each archaeologist did, where they did it, and how they did it. And that should be explained in there. So that's not going to be anything new. The National Register of Historic Places evaluations, just going to provide some guidance on how to apply the National Register criteria to archaeological sites using actual examples in the National Register bulletins themselves. and in other helpful documents. So it's just trying to steer people towards basically how to get SHPO concurrence to make it easy. If we have to write a letter because we don't concur, which is our role in this process, if we don't concur with a National Register determination of eligibility, for example, then that means that we send a don't concur, and then there might be more back and forth, which is more time for both us and, for in this example, the federal agency. So we're at least providing a way to say, hey, you know, if you can make your National Register determinations with support and justification, it's very easy for us to agree with that. So, and then documentation standards is just kind of tying it all together so that we understand the basis for the work that was done, and that again also helps us with our ability to concur. So the part on research I want to just focus on, it's I think that we need to work a lot. I mentioned this before with Oregon tribes, descendant and underrepresented communities, because during research, it's very possible to identify places that are already significant for one reason or another before the archaeologist ever steps foot on the ground to do their field work. And this is just an example I gave in a presentation at the Oregon Heritage Conference in April, where I was talking about, and this also comes from my time years ago. I worked for a tribe for 8 years, and you know, they used to always tell me places have names for a reason. And so if an archaeologist had a small project in Camas Valley, for example, they should already be wondering, well, why is this place called Camas Valley? Maybe that's important, you know, to a lot of the tribes, that's a first food. It's really important. And then if they went out and if they were just doing a project in a very small area, sometimes archaeologists dig presence absence shovel probes to see if there are archaeological objects. And if they did that and found what would be like a little piece of what we call fire cracked rock, just means that it was heated really high and it kind of explodes as the moisture leaves the rock. But those are common in Camas ovens and things like that. So if you found one of those, you shouldn't go, well, we only found one thing, so it's not eligible. You need to think about the context of where you're at and consider that maybe this is related to Camas processing, you know. And so that's just some of the stuff that we're trying to point out. A lot of this is information that, like I said, I've been reaching out to tribes and they've been helping me a lot with this. For this one, this was just a great study that I wanted to highlight in the research section. It was done by the Malheur National Forest, but they actually did a study where they identified a group of archaeological sites, and then they identified all the plant communities around those archaeological sites. And it's pretty clear that these archaeological sites are relating to harvesting these plant communities. And so that is helping with understanding the context of archaeological sites. We don't just look at the objects and try to figure out what's going on. We have to put them in a context of place, and then that helps us understand it. And so I think this is a great example of that. And in National Register terms, yeah, each of these archaeological sites may individually be eligible for the National Register, but I would also think that this might be an eligible district as well. So the research section is important to me, and I'm really trying to focus on these kinds of concepts. Lastly is we do get a lot of feedback on statutes and rules. These are three that I just sort of highlighted. The first one addresses Native American human remains, funerary objects, sacred objects, and objects of cultural patrimony. It just basically says don't do this, don't damage these things. And there's no real process associated with this. And for comparison, there's a federal law that maybe some of you have heard of, NAGPRA, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. And that has a whole associated regulation with it that identifies through a whole process of who's contacted and then every step through that process. This statute does say identify the SHPO, identify state police and identify the Commission on Indian Services, but it doesn't say why. It just says notify them. The next one is ORS 192.345.11. That's exemptions from public disclosure. It only offers exemptions to the locations of archaeological sites, but there are other types of places that are important to people that by disclosing those locations, it can lead to damage to them. And the comparable federal law is Section 304 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and it names a lot of other types of places that can be exempt from public disclosure in that. And so, and I know that the state of Washington, I think recently had a similar statute to ours, and they updated theirs within the last few years to incorporate more types of places. And then the last one, it's kind of a mixture of a couple of parts of chapter 358. I should have updated this. 358.653 is talking about state agencies and public subdivisions that are responsible for properties of significance on lands they own and manage, and you know, that you can't sell or damage or all of them. There's no real process for that. 358.905 to 961. It defines archaeological object, it defines archaeological sites, and it defines a violation of the statute, but it's not like comparable National Historic Preservation Act like Ian was talking about, where part of that is Section 106 that maybe folks have heard of, and there's a regulation associated with that that walks you through that whole process from beginning to end. And we hear a lot from folks, mainly tribes, to be honest, that, you know, it'd be better if these statutes kind of rhymed with their federal counterparts and also had that process built in so that it could identify roles and steps to get people through to achieve compliance. So, does anybody have any questions? Doug?
Yeah, just one technical thing, that these guidelines that are being developed right now, I appreciate several of the suggestions and understand the genesis of those. Is that draft available for us to review at this stage?
I could make it available for you, Doug. I'm not trying to send it out into the world yet, but
understood.
I would appreciate input from you. I was going to try and pull you aside at some point here today and ask. So
yeah, I'd be happy to. It raises a lot of, you raise a lot of interesting and important points, and ones that emanate from the tribe's concerns that we always hear, and also just procedural matters that are facing professionals in the field all the time. There's some interesting challenges too in making these stick, such as, for example, these contextual discussions of how to think about sites in a broader context. As you say, a lot of archaeologists struggle to do that, and yet there are many compelling reasons to do so. I guess I'm interested in seeing, like, how do you incentivize that within these new guidelines? And so I'll read it and I'll know.
Yeah, and I guess I'll say this, where I try to address that somewhat in a forward that I've written, that I just provide an example that I think hopefully makes sense. But no, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah. Anyway, I look forward to seeing it. Thanks.
So Josh and John kind of talked about those first two steps of the federal planning process, which is identify and evaluate historic properties from the compliance perspective. We do that to get to this step, which is designation of the federal programs, the National Register of Historic Places. And one of the things we heard in outreach from the previous plan and the current plan is that people want to see their history reflected in the National Register of Historic Places. And unfortunately, there's a little bit of a barrier for some communities where their history has not been well recorded. There's a pretty high bar for, and it's been increasing over time, but a pretty high bar for documentation for National Register nominations. It's basically a graduate level term paper now is what it is. And I've written those, and so yeah, I can say that's what they are. And so for a lot of folks, even though the program is open to anyone who wants to list of property, it's still a pretty significant barrier to get over. So one of the things that we've been doing, we've been piloting this effort, and we're going to formalize it under the new plan, is we've been commissioning and working with communities to write something that's called a multiple property document. It is as complicated as it sounds, but what it does is it describes a group of properties that share a history, and then under what circumstances they would be eligible for listing in the National Register. Under the previous plan, we worked, we got MPD together for Oregon Canals. We got one together for Works Project Administration buildings and some other projects. What's pictured here is the multiple property document that we put together with Oregon Black Pioneers, the African-American population or community in City of Portland and the City of Portland all working together. And the roles of the different folks is our office and the City of Portland providing funding and technical expertise to fill out the pieces of the form and make it all fit, and the community providing and information and really doing a lot of the writing. So they do the writing, and we kind of basically we're the equivalent of the accountants. You bring your receipts in and your accountant actually gets it into the tax form. That's kind of what we're doing and coaching on that to make sure it gets through the process. So to give you a sense of these properties here, going from left to right and top to bottom. The first one is the Beatrice Morrow and E.D. Kennedy House, which was the home and workplace of civil rights leader Beatrice Morrow Kennedy between 1912 and 1937. There's Dean's Beauty Salon and Barber Shop, which was constructed in 1956, and is the oldest confirmed continuously operated Black-owned barber shop or salon in Portland. Constructed in 1923, the Mount Olivet Baptist Church was used primarily as a worship space, but is recognized as a venue for civil rights and community group meetings. And then from 1906 to 1930, the Golden West Hotel was the only hotel in Portland with an African-American proprietor, and it served as a significant community gathering place. So we're continuing this effort. In fact, next week when the SACHP meets, that's the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, they will consider a statewide multiple property document for African-American history. So that's kind of an ongoing project, and we built it the exact same way. So that is available, same like this. We stream on YouTube. So if you'd like to listen in on that, our agenda's online. We're currently working on a multiple property document for women's history. That'll be ready in 12 to 18 months. We're in the process of narrowing the topic because, of course, women's history is gigantic and we need to narrow it down. So that's what we're working on right now. And we do intend to continue this effort over the next 10 years. And so that's what we're working on there. So I'll go ahead and turn it on over to Joy then, and she's going to talk about that last piece of the National Park Service planning, which is TREAT.
Good afternoon, State Parks Commission members and Director Sumption. This is Joy's focus in Oregon Heritage. I am the restoration specialist, and everybody goes, "Oh, you work for State Parks?" And they ask me, start talking about campgrounds, and I go, "I don't work with campgrounds. I advise people on fixing up old buildings." And everybody goes, "Oh, that's cool." So everything you see on the screen here are my three main job description categories of work. Before the pandemic and I got laid off, it was this plus.
But you came back.
I came back. I didn't move. I'm the last person to come back in our area from being laid off. But one thing that did happen from me being laid off is everyone got to find out how much I actually did because they had to pick up most of the pieces. So this actually was a condensing of my job categories to a more manageable sum. It's still more than I can handle, but we're still working on that. So my main focus is tax incentives for historic buildings. Number one being the federal historic tax credit is for income producing properties on the National Register. And that's in cooperation with the IRS and the National Park Service out of Washington, D.C. And then at a statewide level, it's the special assessment property tax program, which I'm going to talk a little bit about in the next slide. I also do the technical advising for all of our grants. So that's our certified local government grants. We call that a CLG. For any pass-through grants, that's to do actual work on historic properties. I hope with the Main Street revitalization grants, next year, we're going to get $10 million to give out. It's going to be exciting. We've been having such great success and really been a catalyst for many communities. In addition to that, I also help with the Preserving Oregon grant, which is a dollar per dollar matching grant up to $20,000 for preservation of historic properties. And our priorities are publicly owned properties and nonprofit owned because they can't take advantage of the tax incentives. And then our last grant program is the Diamonds in the Rough, and we like to call that the Crowbar Grant. A lot of it is undoing bad things that have been done to historic buildings. A lot of times we call it the Crowbar Grant, mostly because we're taking back the peeled layers on like an onion to get down to a historic property. And the goal is to get them to be either eligible by themselves or as to be contributing if there was a downtown historic district. And the last big aspect of my job duties is covenants and preservation agreements. For all of our CLGs, for already our pass-through grants, we start with a preservation agreement, usually a 5-year agreement saying that if they're going to do any work in addition to what they're doing, that they need to contact us. If the grant amount for that property, especially like Baker City Hall, they've received so much money over the years that it has rose to being a covenant. And so that's so that means an extra property that we need to monitor and maintain. And then you were all at Kam Wah Chung this morning. That was a recipient of a Save America's Treasures grant in the early 2000s. And with that grant comes a 50-year covenant that the OPRD signed and is now on a 3-year rotating schedule. We've got properties all over the state that have received these or other kinds of covenant type agreements that we inspect and make sure that they're following all the rules and being maintained. And then miscellaneous, I've got a few others that don't quite fall into these categories that we've got to also maintain. And I travel around the entire state. It just depends on where anybody needs me. And we'll transition on to special assessment. So the official name, Special Assessment Property Tax Program for Historic Properties. We just call it special assessment or just SA most of the time. Actually, this was the Historic Property Tax Law was the official title when 1975 when it was passed. It was one of the first and most successful incentives of its time in the nation in terms of dollar value of rehabilitation leveraged. The bar was pretty low. It was you would maintain your historic property that is listed on the National Register. You would get a property tax freeze. So you would know what your property taxes are going to be for 15 years at that point. And you had to have a 1-day open house requirement that needed to be published. So fast forward many years, every time this program has been extended, or we even had a year, I think it was 1994, it didn't happen because legislation didn't happen. But we've had lots of folks that either were bad apples and didn't do what they said they were going to do, which has resulted in, fast forward many years, additional changes and requirements. In 2009, the open house requirement was taken away because there was becoming problematic. But finally, the program is sunsetting on June 30th of this year, and the remaining 100+ properties will finish out their terms. Everybody is calling. I shouldn't say everybody, but I'm getting lots of calls for people that want to apply for the special assessment program. It's no longer the program it was set up to be with Measure 5 and Measure 50, especially in our changing real estate environment here in the States. It is no longer the benefit that it has meant to be, but people are still calling and are very disappointed when I tell them we don't have a state level tax incentive right now. And that'll be the focus of ongoing working group for the state legislature going forward. So look at a case study. I look at properties all over the state. This is in the YMCA building in the downtown Astoria Historic District. Both it's not exactly initial, but in the process of being constructed from 1914, and how it looked in our survey and inventory records from when it got surveyed and inventoried in 1989. It had become a Christian academy, I believe. They had blocked in lots of windows. They stripped a lot of things away from the building. It was just not itself. Thankfully, fast forward back to the 2000s, the property got new owners. They saw what it could have been and had been, and bought the property with a goal in mind to restore as much of the historic semblance of the original historic appearance as possible. And also to rehabilitate the, because it's no longer the Y, but it's been rehabilitated in a multi-purpose space all the way around. So last slide, drum roll. Okay, case study. This is from the 3-year progress report. It came out in I think 2018 or 2017, give or take. This is the photo from 2020. See some of its love. Since the Astoria downtown has lots of great historic drawings and photos and everything, even before and after the fire. They were able to restore a lot of the details in this building that had been lost. There's very little of the interior left, unfortunately, other than I believe the wood floor on the second floor, which is now a rental on, I believe, Airbnb or one of those short-term rental sites. There are a number of businesses on the first floor, and they've got also in the back portion of the property, which is the old gym. They also have other businesses. They took advantage of the special assessment program. They took advantage of the diamonds in the rough. It was definitely a diamond in the rough, and put in a lot of their main funds to rehabilitate this property. And I wish this was a more current photo because it looks almost better, but definitely is an example of what we like to see in a lot of communities, that just because a building's ugly, we can give it some love with our programs and be a catalyst for more change. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Well, thank you all for your time today. Certainly appreciate it. Curry Gill will be giving a presentation in September, and she has lots of good before and after photos, not only for buildings, but other kinds of projects. Some of my favorites are pictures of archive rooms that look like my daughter's bedroom, and then they get a grant and it's all cleaned up and everything's archived and neat. And so I wish that would happen at home. But in any case, yeah, she'll be able to talk about our community programs, those grants, how those work. So we alluded to a lot of it, but she'll really kind of be able to get into that depth and answer your questions on those programs and how they operate. We do have time for any extra questions you might have about what we're planning. We went through things really, really quick. We will be sending you copies of the plan to look at, and you can ask us about that as well. We do, the Heritage Brief comes up each time as part of your regular meeting. So that would be also an opportunity if you see something in there you'd like to follow up with us on.
At that next time, are you going to be going through like what the requirements are and enforcement? I mean, is that something that we end up having to go through for some of the grants that we get? And if it's placed on the National Historic Register, there's certain requirements that they have to maintain.
Sure. So the National Register of Historic Places program is often the gateway to participate in the programs. So a lot of the programs require you to be listed first. The exception is the Main Street program. You can get money through that program without being listed, because that is an economic development program that rhymes with historic preservation. It is not a historic preservation program. So
and
that,
diamonds.
Yeah, and diamonds as well.
Yeah.
Diamonds is a program that's designed to, you have a building that's covered in, like 70s steel or whatever. The reason why we call it crowbar grant is a lot of times we peel that off. They take a picture of it. We get it listed in the National Register like that. And so as far as grant enforcement, yeah, when people do get the federal or state monies, it does come with the covenant. We monitor it regularly. At least while I've been supervisor, we haven't had to go after someone and say, you got to pay the money back and have to proceed them, but that is our legal requirement. Let's say, worst case scenario, they take the money and they tear down the building. Well, now you owe it back with penalties actually, and we would pursue them. That's very not what people do, but which I'm very thankful for. But sometimes we do have to harass folks for reports, especially with the special assessment program. A lot of private property owners, and they're busy and they have lives, and we have to say, really, you do need to provide this information. We do try to make it easy for people, and sometimes Joy will, if she's through town and someone's really struggling with the paperwork for whatever reason, hey, let me just come by and check. Can I do that for you? And we do have covenants sometimes with state and federal agencies that we have to poke and bug as well, about, yeah. Lisa has two of them. Yeah. So, I mean, yes, there is an enforcement. I can tell you, and from a practical basis, it's more of just
Send you the letter.
Getting the paperwork back. We have not had any. The building was demolished. They tore off the improvement. They did something horrendous. Most people, we are very clear communicators about when you sign this is what you're agreeing to. And it goes with the property, not with the owner. So if I had the property and I sell it, it carries, it continues with that. So we do let them know that it's like, you don't extinguish this just because you sold it or, gave it away to somebody. It continues. So did that answer your question?
It did. Yeah.
Okay.
Are there folks who have tried to get off of the National Historic
Yes.
list? I mean, coming from Roseburg, which also has the Pine District, but
So
an issue in
Yeah.
times past. So I'm just curious what that looks like in the statewide
Sure.
system.
So the National Register is a federal list, and the federal program is intentionally designed to make it nearly impossible to get off the list once you're on it. So the National Park Service, from their perspective, the program is purely honorific. Oregon, being super special, has tied it to local land use. It's been narrowed to deal with just demolition and relocation. Previously, the Goal 5 rule, which deals with cultural resources, was broad enough that some cities were leveraging that to do design review. And through the process several years ago, which we participated in, that got narrowed. To be delisted from the National Register, there's a dividing point at 1989. 1989, you've got more opportunities to delist. In 89, they did a rule change. And unless your property's basically lost the characteristics that make it eligible for listing, meaning it was demolished or real tore up, or there was a procedural violation of some kind, they didn't follow the process, or you got the wrong property, you got the wrong history. We actually had that happen with a shipwreck. We had the wrong ship, and it's just like, oops, wrong ship. And so of course that got delisted and we switched, relisted the ship where we knew where it was. But it's very, very difficult. I get that question all the time. The question a lot of people want to get off is special assessment right now, because they see they can wind up paying more taxes because at the end of the term, they get reassessed as if it's a new property. And for some folks, the calculation is, even though they might have been on special assessment for 10 years, it is cheaper to pay the back taxes and all the penalties and all the fines than to be reassessed.
We've had some properties in Portland come off and go back on the special assessment program multiple times because they've been delayed because of all the requirements with the program for spending.
Yeah, and that's what actually has been driving a lot of the request for delisting. The Goal 5 rule now too does narrow how you can get off the local landmarks register. So any owner can object to being listed on the local landmarks register up front. All that, they have to be noticed. It's very explicit now in that rule what the notification requirements are and how that happens. But once you're on, you're kind of on, and again, that kind of rides with the property. What we were seeing, what that's reacting to is a lot of cities would put things on, and there was a couple of instances like, oh, well, we own the building and we find our own process inconvenient, so therefore we will remove it. And that's kind of what sparked more of that than any kind of individual worry about individual property owners. So that's, like any law or rule, it tends to be the worst case scenario, the bad actor that prompts the change. So
So has there been an analysis done on the fiscal impact of the spatial assessment? Has anybody ever done it?
By the governor's office.
And was it done statewide?
I
Be-
believe so.
Oh. Be interesting to see what.
There hasn't been anything done recently.
Not recent.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we need to look at as part of this process is to figure out within Oregon's unique land use system and taxing system, you know, what tax incentives actually make sense. Special assessment, you know, especially for the property values, is not making a lot of sense right now. Also, it is a pay-to-play program because you have to make a minimum investment. So if you buy a house for $500,000 and you have to invest 10% of the real market value within 5 years, you got to have $50,000 in your pocket or the ability to borrow $50,000 to invest right up front. And so that just kind of sets it, you know, there's
certain people.
Yeah, certain people can apply and other people can't. So
It's no longer an inclusive program.
yeah, it's just the real estate economics have changed to the extent that you got to have a fair amount of money. I was we were just in John Day and I was walking by and there was a house for sale for $540,000. You know, so it's difficult to participate in this program right now, and part of the reason it has not been reauthorized at this point, even though there's been a lot of discussions, is there are that big discussion about who is this program for, how does it operate, how do we make it function, does it need to be something else?
In
So,
today's environment.
yeah. Any other questions?
And it seems like after like my 4th National Park Service meeting where these things come to NPS to be listed, it seems like getting delisted is like all of a sudden if a submarine is no longer in the water or something, a ship was taken out of the water and it no longer
There was a
meets-
fire or
There's
something.
a fire, there was a hurricanes wiped out something, it was pretty much gone, that kind of thing, but there is not a lot of delisting.
I will say the Goal 5 rule does allow local government to allow a National Register property to be demolished or removed or modified. That particular rule gives them a list of, if they don't have their own laws or ordinances that would tell them what to do, they're given a list of factors, and factors are just things to consider. It's about a dozen items, and they just need to discuss all those items in a hearing and say, we discussed them and we've made our decision. So it's not directive. It's not clear and objective things that they need to meet. So like zoning code, your house must be 20 feet back and can't be over 30 feet tall. As long as they discuss the factors in a public meeting, they can come to whatever decision they want. So really what that was set up to do is to keep, you know, if a community is going to allow the demolition of a National Register property or even something listed in local landmarks, they just need to have a public hearing about it and they need to talk about it or a modification. And so, and they can also, if that only applies if they don't have their local ordinance, they can pass whatever local ordinances they want and then it supersedes the state rule. So when I get called from local governments, like, we don't like the state rule, I'm like, well, there's a way to fix that. Call your attorney, draft up some legislation and write the rule that you would like to have. And as long as it's compliant with the big box that is this law, you could have whatever law you would like to have. It just needs to address the things that it asks you to. So now, even saying that, it sounds simple, but as you all know, for small communities, new legislation is expensive with the noticing requirements. It takes time. And so that can be a barrier as well.
Well, thank you. This was really informative.
Nice job, you guys.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right, so our next thing is are we going?
We've got one with Katie and Matthew to do governance, and that is the last final stretch.
You guys want 5 minutes or?
No, I can stand.
Keep going. And we can take breaks as you need to. Yeah. Get it over.
Oh, endurance.
Oh. They gotta. Yeah.
Unmuted.
Uh-oh.
All right, are we good on the interwebs? All right, Katie, you want to go ahead and take it away?
Great. So Chair Hill, Director Assumption, members of the commission, Katie Gauthier with the Government Relations and Policy Unit. So we're here to talk about the governance project. This project started after the 2021 legislative session. We had put in legislation asking to do a study and to have additional funding for maintenance and operations. The legislature said we didn't need a bill to do a study, and they gave us the Go Bond projects. So we got the money, no study, and they said we could do whatever studies we wanted on our own. So
And then we
sometimes-
asked again and they said, no, you can't even study it.
some things are gifts that maybe you don't know you want. So as part of that, we looked at what are the short and medium, what are the most immediate needs, and hired a limited duration position to do some of the research and examine where we are as an agency and focus specifically around printing, procurement, treasury, agency structure, and some future funding opportunities. So we're fortunate to have Matt Weintraub here with us, who has done some of that research and spent some time talking with people within the agency to understand where the barriers are and provide some ideas for where we can move in the future and to have a conversation with all of you.
Just for the new commissioners, because this is probably like, what do you want to do? Right. So, yeah, I can feel it. So if you go back, I don't know, 2009, 2010-ish, we had the state fair, and there was this time that the legislative body, maybe when Representative Berger was even sitting there, didn't necessarily like the fact that they can't take our lottery funds and use them for other things because they're constitutionally dedicated. So it became abundantly clear over time that there were gifts that kept coming to the state park system. And the state fair probably being one of the biggest. The state capitol was another one that it made it easier. And then the state capitol was a very interesting one because when DAS had and maintained it, they could assess state agencies for landscaping and other services. And so they made some type of revenue off of that. And the second they gave it to us, they said, we're no longer going to assess the agencies, but yet 2 blocks away, we pay for them to mow and blow and clean our windows. So it was just like, there was this thing going on. And at the same time, we had the fair where we had to do competitive procurement processes to get the cheapest corn dog vendor. And it was like, so this is not working. So we moved the fair to a public corporation. Thank you too for continuing it. But at the same time, we were like, our agency is not it is unique to a government agency, right? It doesn't operate like a DHS. It doesn't operate like a DMV. People choose to come to us and they're looking for efficiencies and ways to do things. And what that means is you still have to, pay cash for firewood, and you can't use Venmo, you can't use PayPal, you can't do you can't were the things we're hearing continually. And we were just asking for some agility and some flexibility around like, are there things that we could do to make our business run more efficiently? And so we put in a legislative package and said, we want to talk about, do we need to be a semi-independent? Do we need a public corporation? Do we need just some exceptions to some of these rules so that way we have the ability to operate differently? And they're like, you don't need anything, go study whatever you want. And then the next time we asked, it was like, no, you need to follow all the rules. So we're really trying to better understand what things really are barriers for us and what do we really need assistance with? And is it just exemptions to policies? Is it, we couldn't really articulate the why. And so Matthew has been really good at honing in on why with and for us. Does that help? For the new commissioners?
That helps me a lot.
You're probably like, what?
Except for.
Because especially when it says governance, it's like, what does that mean? Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to Matt.
Chair Hill, Director Simpson, thanks for having me. Commissioners as well, especially the new commissioners. It was wonderful to hear your whys and what brought you to parks. So good afternoon. Matthew Weintraub, I'm leading this project. And just kind of tying a little bow on what Katie and Director Simpson said. Right, the purpose of this research is also to provide a range of options that can help provide some enduring solutions for the agency going forward. So, kick that off. Hold on. Click on. All right, there we go. Rocking and rolling. Sorry. I'm a millennial, but I still just don't want to use technology.
Me too.
The only app I want for my phone is just phone. So this project began in 2023, right, as an internal working group of some staff to explore those solutions, as Dr. Sumption said, solutions to a range of challenges. And those kind of 5 areas, right? We're funding recreation finance mechanisms if we want to, put our glasses a little higher up on our nose. Printing and procurement challenges that we have, field payments, financial processing, and then agency structure. And I want to be very clear when we say agency structure, it is looking at overall and external. It is not who reports to who, what different teams have alignment. It is, there are models out there that provide more flexibility, a semi-independent agency, a public corporation, et cetera. Like, what do those mean? So that kind of structure with respect to the agency. So don't want to give any other team members heartburn here on that. So I'll just go right into it and kick off. So I really kind of had these conversations with our staff, with our team members, looked at some existing OIRs, some existing statute, talked to some other agencies as well, but tried to keep a little bit of a lower profile. And if we're having challenges with a certain agency, maybe didn't just go right there and knock on their front door, things like that. So the first challenge we had was printing. We print a lot of items and a lot of different items here at OPRD, whether they're from just fee envelopes to die-cast stickers that denote a trail has been funded by one of our OHV programs, and maps, posters, things you might see in a visitor center as well. And we generally are required to contract through DAS printing and distribution for those printing services. The challenge there is that DAS P&D really serves as a broker for us instead of an actual printing provider. They do print some things, but very limited number of things. Oftentimes they serve as that service broker, finding outside print shops that have contracts with the state to fulfill those needs for us. The majority of our needs are not met by DAS P&D in that respect, so they have to go to an outside printer. We've also documented a range of challenges in working with that. Everything from being forced to go with the lowest cost provider, not the highest, but the best quality. And I say best quality, right? I'm going to say highest quality, but best quality would really factor in cost as well to that formula. OPRD staff have to do the vast majority of the design work, where if you were working with a private printing brokerage outside the state system, that printing broker and that printer would be doing most of the design work. So we're doing all of that work. There's been a range of poor customer service, all the way up to DAS asking us to circumvent licensing agreements that we have, say with fonts, with font providers and things like that, even though they knew that was illegal. And really, they don't provide a range of industry standard services, i.e. the types of printing services that we need. So kind of exploring all of that, we found 4 potential solutions. The first being essentially a change in statute language. Right now, exemption from state printing is given to activities that are tied to the marketing of agricultural products and manufactured products. So there's the potential to expand that definition to include outdoor recreational products as well. We also are exploring an exemption that's in current state statute. If we quantify or qualify all of our customers as choice customers, right, as Dr. Sumption said, people choose to come to OPRD facilities, to OPRD property, to experience recreation, but they also could choose to go to county parks, Oregon Fish and Wildlife Managed units, Department of Forestry, or other federal units as well, right? They could choose to recreate other places. So we are actively marketing to these choice customers. So we are seeking going to seek a definition from Oregon Department of Justice around if what we do in our communication to outdoor recreationists count as marketing activities. If so, there's already an exception in state statute there. It's an interesting interpretation. Another two is that existing exemptions there are exemptions that exist currently in statute. If we can find those printing products from at a lower cost outside of the DAS B&D network, we can seek those services. And we have a range of quotes from outside printers already that do provide the same services at a lower cost. I should also note that for that brokerage service that DAS B&D provides, they charge 8% on top of the cost.
Okay, now I get it.
Sorry about that.
Administrative fees.
Sorry, buried the lead there.
Now I get it.
That's this biennium. But next biennium?
So those quotes we have showing lower cost for the same services, that does not even factor into that 8% service fee as well. So we're just talking about saving Oregonians money there at that point. And then also existing statute sets out that there is an exception or exemption for better responsiveness in services. And as I mentioned, DAS doesn't provide a lot of the services we are looking for. They provide poor customer service at times, and also we have to work them through their own process oftentimes. And we don't believe that they are being responsive to the needs of the customer, who is OPRD. So we have a range of solutions and kind of an action plan of how to go about that. So that's there.
You'll note that first option is one of the legislative concepts that you approved in the last meeting.
For the exemptions, do you have to get the approval from DAS for that? Or do you just do it and then ask for forgiveness if they're like?
Current statute states that we notify them, but does not state that we need their approval. So
Are you is your next slide gonna leave the printing? I don't know whether it'll hold my.
it is going to leave printing. Yeah, so I can go through everything and then we can come back, or we can
Stop them whenever.
Yeah.
Printing. What other agency prints as much as we do?
Oh,
A lot.
Which one?
DHS,
Yeah.
DMV, I mean.
Yeah.
No. The kind of printing you do, marketing printing. I mean, they print, you print signs, you print markers, you print a vast variety of things that other agencies don't do.
I think the breadth and depth of what we print is unique.
Absolutely unique.
Yes.
Maps, ODOT would be the only one that I would think that would be comparable. Because things have gone so digital
They just don't have the marketing piece.
that the printing, and 8% is steep on brokerage fees.
Mm-hmm.
Incredibly steep. I'm just like gobsmacked.
Commissioner Grassi?
So I'm trying to figure out what kind of printing. I was doing okay till Commissioner Berger started talking. Now I don't have a clue. Are we talking about signs, or are we talking about
Anything that gets printed.
all the above?
We're talking about metal fabricated signs. We're talking about the fee
Campsite
envelopes. Yeah, we're talking about
Park
posters you might
guides.
want to buy as a souvenir when you visit Silver Falls.
So generally, those are going to come from different suppliers, aren't they? You're not going to find one supplier who will do them all, or
Right.
are you?
Right, no, they come from a vast array of different suppliers. Yeah.
Through one person, one entity.
But they're brokered through
Gas.
DAS.
We're required as an executive branch agency in statute to use them as a broker, and then they find the print shop that has a current contract with the state to provide what we need. But there are instances where what we need, no print shop that has contract with the state through DAS could provide. So then we have to go through the whole buy decision process external of them. And but we still have to go through the process with DAS P&D to find out that they can't meet our needs, even though we already know they won't be able to meet our needs. So there's administrative burden to working with them on OPRD side that is also becoming a challenge.
I used to own a print shop. Okay, I was in the printing business. The entire industry has transformed itself. There are things I see you guys printing that aren't printed in the state of Oregon, trust me. There's nobody in the state that has that equipment. What's happened is that the equipment has become so specialized that if you need a certain thing, there's only 2 places in the country that has the right print shop. So you've got little DAS going out looking around for, as the broker, looking to get this thing that, you know, you could call an agency in Michigan and say, who does that sign you do? And they'd say, well, we get it from either this guy or this guy. This guy's in Alabama and this guy's in New York City. And you could go out and say, what he cost me, and skip the 8% from DAS, because the equipment has become so specialized that your little local printer, they can crank out some little thing, but presses are all specialty now. And you go over the internet, you send your files over the internet. And that development service is huge. Doing the graphics to meet the equipment is, if you could have a great graphics person who's doing graphics for the wrong piece of equipment, you got an ugly piece of printed material.
And we've actually had a few instances of challenges where the finished product didn't meet our need as far as quality. And that was sometimes, we'll say, created because not only does DAS P&D act as a brokerage, but they attempt to prevent communication between the service provider and us as the customer. Or it has to go through them, and then we're playing a game of telephone where things get lost or misconstrued as well.
Finest.
Oh, it gets better. This is just
Bureaucracy
Renee.
at its finest.
Better than this?
Yeah.
This one turned out to be my favorite. I'm just saying, because any other questions, or I can leave printing, or we can keep going.
We can leave printing.
Okay.
Do you know the background? Like, why do we have to print through DAS? I mean, obviously it's statutory, but like, what was the
So the
Why?
executive branch oversees all of the administrative functions. So everything we do, payroll, HR, budget, printing, everything. So there's all of these business services that DAS is the administrator for.
It was originally an efficiency thing, so that
streamline.
every agency wasn't going and
Right.
separately procuring, and if they went through, and when printing was a pretty simple thing.
Just never changed.
So do we have a cost analysis of if we were to do our own printing in the last year, what that might, the outcome of what that cost would be versus what DAS provided in the last year, like where we could show savings?
We don't yet, but that is a wonderful next step.
But
I
if
think.
they're losing 8% right off the top, why would they be happy?
And
Well,
that's
if the
most of the
legislature-
time is they won't let us because they're gonna lose revenue.
Yeah, it just seems like such a bureaucratic waste of money. I can say that, I guess.
You say it again.
All right, we'll keep going. Next realm that we explored was challenges with field payments, working with the Treasury. Right, as Director Simpson said, that we have a range of different ways we will take in money from our customers, whether it's firewood or fuel or for camping, things like that. So, or we call it field payments generally. And there's also been a changing nature in how the customer wants to pay, essentially going from cash to wanting to use their phone, right? And at times, the state of Oregon was even slow to catch on with people who just wanted to use a piece of plastic, a credit card, things like that as well, right? But now we're going beyond that. We're going to phones. We're going to other glasses, potentially, even soon. Right, and so it's required us to be responsive to that. We have implemented some same-day reservation programs, purchasing and distributing to park units, portable card readers, and our current development and implementation of the Rec Hub website for reservation purchases. We are still challenged because the state of Oregon has a sole one contract with a payment processor called Elevon for those kinds of payments, right? So if a vending machine, for example, we want to purchase a certain vending machine, whether it's for fuel or for firewood, those are instances that come up. But if that machine and its manufacturer don't work with Elevon, then we might not be able to purchase that for our park unit. So we run into this challenge a bit. Some of those challenges though are not unique to state agencies, and so we're gonna further demonstrate this to the governor's office and Treasury, pursue some administrative exceptions potentially around requirements to meet those needs. But also we're gonna expand some training and awareness. We did find in this process that some of the challenges we've had internally were a result of some areas of communication where we have room for growth internally in our agency. And so then having our financial services team and some of our field unit teams working together around that, I think will clear up some of the challenges as well there. And that kind of leads us into our public contracting challenges. It's kind of the other piece where we work with Department of Administrative Services. As many of you know, right, public contracting processes, they're complicated, sometimes intentionally so, and they function really to ensure public trust in agencies and government that we are using resources effectively and efficiently. Unfortunately, that also means that process is not built with a customer focused outlook, a customer being us as a customer of DAS. And it's also not necessarily designed to be flexible in the face of our needs. As you can imagine, OPRD really does function differently than other state agencies, involved, natural resource management, education and interpretation, historic preservation, public engagement. We provide grants, short-term accommodations, and we do this all while providing exemplary customer service, right? And engaging with the public every day. So we are very unique, and unfortunately or fortunately, we need some flexibility in our public contracting and public procurement. So one of our challenges, right, has been that Department of Administrative Services, it does not always provide that level of customer service back to us, right? If we're a customer of them. Some of the education around the public contracting and public procurement codes and rules are not what our staff have requested or what need to be there for us. And that has been compounded more recently by the state's new procurement system, Oregon Buys. It was a little challenging to tease out what is a general procurement and public contracting challenge and what's an Oregon Buys challenge, right? Because they've been layered on each other. But really, Oregon Buys, it really lacks user-friendly training resources and continuing ed that other forms of our government have, or that other areas for our staff are utilizing. Additional system oversight it's been overly centralized with DAS a little bit. We went from a very decentralized state purchasing system to an overly centralized system with no kind of stop in the middle. So that boomerang effect, this is not something we can necessarily solve, but that boomerang effect is real and is affecting other agencies as well. And so it's also created some barriers to vendor participation. You have to be able to receive a state contract, you have to be registered with Oregon Buys. And there are some vendors that our park units have used for years that our park rangers have literally had to walk them through the online registration, help them, tell them what buttons to click, et cetera, because folks were not using technology to manage their business. So it's been a challenge, and we've also had several document instances vendors, for potential vendors in areas of the state that maybe didn't want to be in a state system, just because of some political backlash there as well. To recognize that those are real challenges we're facing in our state. So we've explored some solutions, some staffing reallocation, and I want to apologize if reallocation is maybe not the best term here. But it's more reallocation of duties and responsibilities to kind of ease the administrative burden created by this new procurement system. There's some real opportunities with Oregon Buys to streamline the ability to have ongoing contracts for procurement for emergency needs, things that might come up. But that comes with an excessive administrative burden up front. Setting up kind of an open contract so that if you need sewer services, if you need tree clearing services, filling potholes on roads, you can have someone essentially on retainer to do that. But the work to set up that initial retainer is excessive. And I think some of our park managers have said that it's going to take them about 2 years to get all of those done, essentially, to where that can be a time saving. So it's not really a time saving if it's going to take us another 2 years of administrative burden. So if we could potentially reassign some duties of certain staff to take that on, potentially at a region or district level, and support those park units, that would ease that burden as well, right? Increased training, having our procurement and purchasing staff working directly with DAS to identify what the best trainings are, what our staff really are looking for, what those continuing needs are. Because as anyone who's managed procurement or worked in that realm, if it's not your majority of your focus, managing those contracts, going through the system, you can forget it very, very easily. So just having that constant refresher for staff available, and that on-demand refresher, that's going to be really important and really impactful for us. So some park staff have noted that it just takes them a while to sort through which particular cleaner, which type of toilet paper they need to be getting. So that if our staff from around the state can collaborate a little bit to create some efficiency around regularly used items at a majority of our units, we can create some internal efficiencies there as well.
When did they purchase and implement Oregon Buys?
I believe it started in 21, but
Okay.
I'm going to defer.
Yeah, they spent like 10 years and some agencies went first. And again, it's like, if you build these state systems, if you built it to like the state hospital, right? If you built
You
it to the biggest
get closer.
complexity, it would work a little bit different, right? And what happens is it gets built for like an 8-to-5 agency that does very high level administrative things, right? They're not buying rolls and rolls and rolls of toilet paper and hand soap and things that don't make sense. I mean, for commission meeting, I mean, technically, we're supposed to go out and do a contract with a bunch of hotels and see who, go through a procurement process. We're lucky to find somebody to do state rate, let alone like all of a sudden we're going to do a competitive process on weekends. Fort Stevens, the sewer system will go down, a water line will break, and they have to go through a procurement process. So what we're doing is we're declaring emergency on that morning and saying, there's only 2 people in town that can do it. Call them and get them out there, and I will declare the emergency with 5,000 people in the campground. So it's just this extra layer of stress and burden and administrative onto staff who's literally running a mini city within a city that just doesn't need that extra burden. We're not going to have a different result. It's going to be the same people doing it for 25 years. Hopefully the next generation helps, but.
And so we also have some additional solutions we can pursue both at the statutory and the level. Some of our procurement staff have already begun working with DAS and have received some exemptions from some of the requirements of phase 2 of implementation of Oregon Buys.
We are, right?
And
we're currently exempted at that level.
Yeah.
It's just, it's only for a minute.
Yeah. So some of those exemptions and some of that work, for example, there were some, we have spots, which are purchase cards, essentially. As part of this new system, the idea was that those would no longer be functional. And so we've worked to eliminate that as a concern. That this wouldn't work for us. Yeah, that wouldn't work next, right? So it's just helping DAS understand that once again, our needs are varied and quite unique when compared to other agencies. So we can pursue full statutory exemptions from these public contracting requirements. And also some additional exemptions that would be modeled after current exceptions. So it's kind of a piecemeal approach or a full meal approach, but we have some options there, and then we're currently building them out. And we do have a legislative placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a placeholder legislatively to look at the exceptions that we received currently from DAS. We don't have any guarantee of how long those will last. They're working in some, they're helping. So we want to make sure we keep those, but we'd like some more certainty around maintaining those, and to have the conversation with legislators about how we're doing, and need to make sure our procurement system works across the state in our 24/7 multi-location place.
So then kind of moving on to agency funding, right there, it's not something you are all, it's new to you. We just don't have the resources to sustain the state parks that we do, and also provide this level of service that Oregonians have to expect from us well into the future. Right, so we know what these pressures are, whether it's aging infrastructure, whether it's increased demand, changing needs for technology solutions from our customers, or just, we all know what's going on with inflation, with the cost of goods and services, right? Those external economic forces that are just costing us more money at this point. But right, there's no silver bullet. We can't just solve this overnight. So explored a few different options that the working group had come up with, as well as some other popularly discussed options, kind of that small scale recreation finance option, whether it's additional fees for service, whether it's within SHPO work or some other realms, additional administrative fees for special use or commercial fees, agricultural lease or merchandise sales. Really the challenge with any of those is that they're small scale. We're talking anywhere between low 6 figures to very low 7 figures. And by low, I mean 1.5 million a year. We're like a hole we're trying to fill is roughly starts around, let's see, number I was given, I will say, the first about 15 million a year. That would start to make us a little bit
with inflation, maybe.
Yeah, yes. Right, so that's challenge, right? And if we are pursuing these options, whether they're fee for service, additional fees for special use permits, we don't want to be viewed by our customer as cash hungry, right? Because all these small scale options just not going to get us there all the way. So we will have to pursue some medium scale or some large scale fundings, and if we're funding options. So if we're doing all these other things, it can be a challenge, right? And some of the medium scale finance options are an increase in park use fees. Did an analysis of day use and annual pass fees for every other state park system in the country. We are in that bottom third, or is what it costs to go to an Oregon park, a state of Oregon park. I think we can kind of expect to get close there, generate about $4 to $6 million more per year if we explore options of around an increase of $5 per day, $10 to $20 per year on that park, and we would still not be in the top 10 most expensive park systems in the country. One thing that is to note is that we have a very simple fee structure. We don't charge more if you're from out of state. We don't charge more for certain parks, but for example, California, New York, and Maine, their state park systems, if you're going to visit a beach park, it's going to be more expensive than if you're visiting an inland park. And it just helps the customer understand a little bit better if we're charging a uniform rate per visit. So just, yeah.
What are the reasons why we don't charge more for out of state? We actually do now.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
We do charge more out of state for RV campsites because we're statutorily required to. We haven't on other things.
during the pandemic, we did do it just to use it as a way to not have to close the system the second time because more people from out of state were coming. And so we used it to try to de-incentivize, and people were like, even with your 20%, we don't care, you're still cheaper than our state. So yeah, it's time to have the larger conversation.
And I want to be clear with this discussion, I'm referring to kind of park day use fees here. There's an internal working group that's looking at some of the other fees. Also, I didn't want to not to compound those as well.
And this really needs to be, you know, Chris has probably had the longest investment and infusion into this. We've talked about license plates, right? Like at this point, it's too late for that game, right? But is there some, you know, is it 1% or $1 off of every outdoor gear piece of merchandise that's been sold, but something that goes back into a dedicated fund to protect the system for the future, and more so around the FIP project. She sat Joyce here earlier, and we took, is Matt still in the room? Was it $200,000 for Vista House out of that program? And we're getting the warning letter of we're not in compliance, and it's like, we'd need about $20 million to be in compliance. Here's your 200,000. See, like we'll never get there. So we need that ability to come up with something, because when lottery funds came in, the understanding is that we were general funded at the time, and the general fund would stay with the lottery funds. And so we would actually be okay going into the future. They immediately took the general fund out, and it's never come back. And so lottery, it's a very volatile place to try to be dependent on that running and sustaining the system over time. So we generally were about half and half lottery and other fees, and you can't user fees to run the system either. So sorry, I put you right on the spot, but it's your baby. So you watch this passion come out of Chris now.
Still not going to put pants on. Chair Hill, directors, members of the commission, Chris Havel, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. Commissioner Izumi, your question about why we don't charge, that when the day use fee program started in the 90s, there's a brief discussion about that. Logistically, it was a problem because it takes a lot of staffing to run revenue collection. But more recently, we're not tax funded. So like coming up with a policy reason to treat out-of-state visitors differently than in-state, there was a foundation for that with the RV surcharge that's in place, because Oregon RVers, part of their license money comes right to the state park system to help run it. Part of it also goes to the counties for them to run theirs, but that's not true with day use. So I think at the policy level, it's difficult, but I think we're edging up, and I appreciate the work that Matt and Katie are doing here, because it starts to expose is that still a good reason? Is there another way to make sure we don't close off the park system to people? Because you could charge what it costs to run the park system. That's going to exclude a large portion of the population to get there. And the day use fee is probably the most critical place to have an equity discussion out of everything we do. The number of people who want to use the services, but there may be a way to balance the scales a bit to build those charges into what Oregonians are already paying in some way. Very taxes or surcharges on license plates, but other ways of doing that. And then just focus on cash revenue collection at the site from people from out of state, so that everybody is paying. You're just collecting it differently. There are more options to do that now than there were in the 90s. But it came down to you were general tax funded, it would be easier to make the case, I think. Does that answer the question?
It does. Yeah, thank you.
Chris, before you walk away, so there's already exists one heck of an example about charging out of state a whole bunch more in ODF and W's licensing fee.
Yep.
So we're not talking any kind of precedent here. I mean,
no, general agencies that more recently have gotten general fund, I think it's easier for them to say, yeah, you're not a resident, you haven't been paying in years like Oregon residents have. So yeah, you can charge. Yep. And I don't know how much general fund ODFW gets these days. It's probably way less than it used to be.
Yeah. Pretty tiny. So I'm also looking at this screen going, oh my God. I don't know how we get here. I have no answer, but I can tell you sitting out in Burns, Oregon, I'm a little sick of the greater Idaho conversation. And those kind of things are exactly what drives it. And I don't want to be part of that conversation anymore. It's dying anyway, but I don't want to be. And it's tough. The sales tax. Well, they voted it down 9 times. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
On the
But
plus side, the more you talk about Greater Idaho, I
And-
don't like YouTube screen, the more click for.
Well, I get to talk about it.
And.
Go ahead.
no,
For our YouTube listeners, when you said days fee, you forgot to say days parking fee.
I did,
Parking
right.
fee.
I caused all sorts of problems when I said, we don't charge for admission. We charge to park
To
your
park.
vehicle at a park. So it is the day use parking permit fee. You can do search and replace for everything I said and put that phrase in. So,
Which keeps us within the recreational immunity is why that's important.
Apparently we go to 10 hours and nobody cares. Go to what? 10 hours.
So kind of moving on, thinking about the projected hole we need to fill, right? It's there's large scale recreation finance options. These are kind of the top 3 that really percolated up. First one, right, is expansion of the statewide transient lodging tax with an apportionment to OPRD, right? There's a strong nexus between outdoor recreation and tourism in the state. It's one of our like most defining products really from the tourism industry here. And we already have strong collaboration and connection with Travel Oregon.
Until we say we want to take their budget.
Yes. Well, and that's the beauty of this this potential option is we don't want to take any from them. It's an expansion, right? And I'm not saying these are these are great ideas and the best they're going to win the day, but it gives us an idea of the realm we need to be playing in, right? Thinking about a 0.5% increase of that state TLT, which is currently at 1.5%, that net OPRD, or I guess in gross OPRD, roughly, I'm looking at it, it's about $28 million a year, right? That's what we're looking at, that size. A consumer sales tax on outdoor goods and apparel. I know what sales tax means in Oregon. I've here long enough, trust me. But it is in the national conversation about how we fund the places we play. It is the top items of how we do this, right? It's directly tying what people are buying to play in our parks to funding the places they play. I understand the social and political ramifications of that in Oregon. And we already have examples of that, right, with funding hunting and other consumptive forms of recreation with sales tax as well. And then another very interesting option that was piloted in Montana, another state has fully created it, is a flat rate surcharge on light duty car and truck registrations. As basically every time you go to renew your registration, X amount, $3, $8, $15, we added on, and that would come to OPRD. And then every Oregon registered light duty car or truck would be automatically granted free parking access to facilities. It wouldn't provide free camping, for example, but just the access. And just to kind of thinking about the scale there, a $3 surcharge in that realm in Oregon, right, is looking at about $5 million a year. Now we register our cars here every other year, but just kind of doing on the annual basis here, $3 is 5 million, $8 is 13, $15, 26 million, right? And the majority of Oregonians would actually then be paying less to visit Oregon state parks every year.
Annual pass.
Right. Less than annual pass, less than some of it could be less than 2 to 3 visits, for example, there. there's a real benefit to the consumer as well, to the visitor. So I'll go on if there's no more questions there.
So many.
I'm sorry, Lisa.
I knew she wasn't gonna resist. It's like, she can't hold.
I'm not Gwen.
Gwen.
This conversation discomforts me tremendously. This legislative purview, I sat on the tax committee. All of these things were discussed by every agency and every person who came before us who had a special need. They were all turned down, and they should have been. You can say flat rate dedicated to parks, they can grab that in a heartbeat and say, you're done, we're putting it over here. Just because you create it and say it doesn't make it a solution for that agency. And we're not going to get any of these things. And when we start talking about them, we're stepping into somebody else's playground in a way that's going to make them angry. And as an agency, that's the last thing we want to do. So I would take this slide and get it out of our lives, honestly, because as a legislator who sat 12 years on the Revenue Committee and looked at every one of these taxes over and over again, I can tell you, if you walk before me, I'd be saying, who's running your agency? Because you're out of bounds. That's my statement.
So from an agency perspective, then what do you do?
Well, you complain, and this will not get you there. This discussion at the legislature will not get you there. Discussing your needs will get you there. And discussing, nothing will get you there because government's in deep trouble all the way around. I mean, if you came to me for this and the next person in the door was K-12 education, boy, would you be gone, okay? Because that's who you're competing with here. And if you think we're in trouble, just don't even think about K-12 education in this state and colleges and universities in this state. So we look pretty good to the legislature because we have lottery funds that are shrinking and not covering our things. But from somebody who sat there and weighed needs of agencies, I can tell you this kind of agency would be laughed off with this. I mean, the other suggestions, the suggestions about the small pieces that we can work on are fine. I think we can talk about those things and we're talking about what we can do. But your message needs to be, we can't manage this much land with this much income. And if they say, well, what would help? Then you might bring up some of these, but believe me, they'll grab them. And the next school district in the is going to take that flat rate surcharge and it's gone. I'm sorry. I know this is sincere, but I am really uncomfortable with this discussion at this level, the large scale. Sorry.
I hear that. And I agree. Especially about your sentiment compared to some other needs in the state. One thing, an example that I like to point to is up in Washington. There's a program there called the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. And the last 2 years, it's been a general funded grant program at $120 million for the biennium. It didn't start that way 15 years ago, but a concerned group of citizens, of agencies, of local jurisdictions came together and they built an advocacy movement around that. And it can go away at any point, but because there is an engaged constituency that is not just the typical conservation movement, it maintains every year. I'm not under any auspices that we could walk into the legislature and have this come to us because we need to demonstrate that need. And we also need to build a network of champions for this agency around the state that can speak for the agency as well. Right? And so not that people don't do that already, but this is a multi-year process. I understand.
Well, I'm just saying that if this were presented to the legislature, it would be laughed out of the building. And I don't want to be that agency that gets laughed out of the building for trying to do their job. We can talk about our needs. We can talk about how what we're not covering and what we're not going to be able to cover. What we can't do is do tax policy for them. And that's what this is at this high level. We can smooth around the edges, but honestly, I worry that if we go, or just this slide, I'm only talking about this slide. If we push this beyond this room into the legislative venue, it will, one, enrage the other. Tot taxes. Oh, tot taxes, the morass you can't even believe. Don't even go there. I spent years on tot taxes. And they did the wrong thing on tot taxes. It was all politically driven. We walk in there, do we walk into the politics of that? No, we don't as an agency. I just don't want us to be seen as that agency, particularly since in the building, it's all their lottery funded, not a problem. We'll just give them something else to fund, you know, so don't make them angry with this slide. Tell them, you know, and if you get an agent, an advocacy who's willing to come in for you, that takes years to build up. I would rather see us talk about our own fees because Oregon is a fee-based state. It is famously fee-based. And believe me, Oregonians are very happy to make somebody else pay out of state. They're very happy to raise the rates on the users. The users scream, our users will scream. But what Oregon doesn't do at the central level, tax anybody if they can get away with it. So it's all, you know, oh, we'll make somebody else pay, or we'll take this money from somebody else and put it over here and say we've solved the problem. I sat there and did that for 12 years. So I just know what this will land like with people that we really need to be our friends in this, not be feeling like we're overstepping our bounds. And that's what this tax policy thing looks to me. I'm sorry. I really feel
No, it's totally appropriate. We just never will compete. And so we have to have some conversation. We're never going to be DHS. We're never going to be education. And at the same time, there's this expectation that we maintain the system we have. And the $50 million general obligation bonds, we had a conversation about 100 million and we were like, that'd be irresponsible. There's no way in hell. The 50 million isn't going to do anywhere near what we thought it's going to do.
That is true.
Our costs are going up exponentially.
Throughout the system, it's the same song you're going to hear from the legislature is hearing that from everybody. There's nothing new here, and it's getting worse here throughout government. We're an underfunding government, period. So our message to them is, hey, we're right there. Here's our responsibility. Here's how much money we have. We can't do it. They'll say, well, start laying people off. That's what they'll say.
No, we did it.
Yeah.
We know. That's why we're like trying to get in front so we're not.
But
back
if
there.
we do this, they'll say, get out of my face, which is a different message. I'm sorry. I'm afraid for this.
I can change the slide.
Please do. You might as well get rid of this one too, because she's gonna hate this one just as bad.
No, I'm actually, the structure thing I'm more interested in. Yeah, than the tax policy.
Oh, that's hilarious. This is what got us kicked out, the policy, the tax conversation. They didn't care. This is what got us kicked out.
Yeah. With death.
No,
The
the legislature.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yes.
So one of the reasons that I've liked serving on this commission is the varying degrees of life experiences and education that we all have. Missing what a retired legislature just said would be a disaster for this agency. And Mickey, I applaud you for saying it, and it needs to be said. And you're right, pull the slide. We don't need this fight. And there's many others we can win. I don't know how we're gonna fund it, but I like going fees more than anything else, but our fees.
Yeah.
In Washington, actually.
They like paying.
And Idaho
taxes.
wants to be great, you can pay a lot more
Yeah.
great fees.
All right.
Sorry, Matt. Please continue.
No worries.
You
no
woke
worries.
us up, though.
We are very loud.
I spent the last 2 years in Nevada, so y'all are easy. So obviously, OPRD was created as a branch of the Highway Department in 1921, became a separate agency officially in 1990, I believe. Technically, it was 89 legislative session. But, I was born, but I wasn't. Barely
I'm
talking.
feeling very old.
That's what you do when you're not on this governance thing.
He's a host of Price is Right.
He's a what?
He's a Family Feud host.
This is my current job.
Okay.
I'm looks like I will be staying on for the next 6 months though, and working on the OREC office.
He's gonna do a very similar process with OREC to help
Okay.
us
He has a lot of experience in outdoor recreation.
in multiple states.
Yes.
Good.
Were they- yeah.
That was a compliment, Matt. Keep
No,
going.
no, I was biting my tongue to make a joke. Yeah, so, right, so we've talked about this quite a bit in different realms today, right? Like our administrative system here in Oregon really prevents the flexibility, the agility that we need here at OPRD. And so really exploring, are there other structures for our agency, once again, externally focused structures, not internal, right, that really would allow us to exist in that rapid response world that we operate in. We all know kind of some of those broad duties and functions that we have as well. So kind of exploring the semi-independent structure, right, it would exist outside the executive branch. We'd have to be created by an act of the legislature. Most semi-independent agencies, or all existing semi-independent agencies in Oregon, are significantly smaller than OPRD is. And many of them are self-funded or rely on some type of industry direct funding mechanism as well. And they are also exempt from many statutes regulating current executive branch agencies, right? So personnel relations, facilities, contracting, interagency services, administration. So some of those challenges that we're having, we've already talked about today, we have exemption from those processes that are challenging us, are running barriers. Also looked at a public corporation structure. Some of you have great familiarity with, right? Once again, it would exist outside the executive branch, exempt from a host of other administrative statutes and duties. I think one particular thing to note is that public corporation employees are not considered state employees. I will leave that there unless, I'll just leave that there. There's some personnel ramifications there as well. So right, those key differences.
It's huge.
So, yes.
She's great about the last slide. That was just a bomb, but that's okay.
I'm on it, Joel and I are on a board of a public corporation.
So
We know this structure well.
yeah. So right, so there's some differences right there. A lot of similarities, but some differences where biannual audits are required for some independent agencies. Some independent agencies are represented by the Oregon Attorney General. And I would say that while Oregon Public Corporation employees are not considered state employees, potentially legislation could change that, right? That there could be a different structure existing than currently exists for public corps in Oregon, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So it's the one of the key similarities between existing public corps in Oregon and some independent agencies is that there is no set model. They are all different to perform the different tasks and roles they serve. right? So just because it is how majority of semi-independent agencies look, doesn't mean that's how it would end up, say, if we pursued that model. So some next steps, I know we're gonna be cognizant of time here. So we're pursuing some legislative exemptions around purchasing and printing that the GRPU team has already put into place. Build out some internal service models for those internal process improvements around purchasing and treasury, just to understand when we talk about internal communication or reducing administrative burden on some staff to have that. And then also, sorry, Commissioner.
I love these. I love every one of these.
You hate the bottom one.
No.
Fully document the need
Yeah.
for why that funding need exists.
Not the
Bill-
whys, not the
Yeah.
hows.
Yeah,
I mean,
not the
I
highs,
agree.
yeah.
I don't think we want to be, I don't think we want to be doing wise.
No.
Yeah.
The how to do it.
The house.
The house, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know why, we don't.
You
know the
tell us how to
how.
do it, but here's the problem.
Yeah,
Unless we wanna
understand
raise fees
what
on
what those costs are,
Yes.
what that legal, that fiscal ramification is. As I mentioned, it will take a village to get us there, but we have to set the table for that village. And so this is that first step there.
I love every one of these.
Thank you.
She's not done.
I know. I was.
Here's, let me tell you something.
You called it.
Oregon, we've heard
We've been
we've
doing
heard
this
the
a
myth
long time.
again. Oregon has voted down a sales tax 9 times. Nobody goes there on a sales tax, okay? When the Department of Revenue bought a new proprietary software system, I insisted that they buy a sales tax component to it because we immediately implemented a sales tax on burner phones. Do you know we have a sales tax on burner phones?
It's on all kinds of
It's
stuff.
on,
And on
Bicycles?
car.
and no, we didn't do that till later,
Privilege
but we
you
did it
can
on
see,
cars
you can call it whatever
too.
you want. It's a
And
tax.
so, no, we don't have a general sales tax, but we are
Got 'em
step
everywhere.
by step moving to more and more things that are sales tax funded. And that is a way better way to go about our problems here than just say, well, let's drive the bus to a sales tax. Let's talk about things that would reasonably help us and work on those incrementally rather than those big items that are gonna cause headwinds that we cannot overcome. And that's what this says. And that's what I'm totally in favor of. We have sales tax all over the place in this state now, and there are more coming, trust me, because the Department of Revenue can now administer them.
Oh, it's your fault.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
And honestly, I mean, the only one who ever shows up in our room is Peggy for the budget hearing. So I mean, you're not wrong, right?
No.
Like we need to demonstrate the why, what's broken, and create supporters and lobbyists that can come in. The difference is education has lobbyists. We don't have anybody in that
And
room.
what steps you can
But I
reasonably
got
take.
one.
Yeah, what steps you can reasonably take to overcome them that are incremental, and getting out of the state printing is a simple thing, an argument that we could make.
Yeah, save money.
Save money, do a better job. The fee increases. We can do that. And yeah, it won't solve the whole problem,
Yeah.
and it isn't structural.
It's
But
just
in
not
this
sustainable.
environment, boy, anything is gonna help. It's gonna get rough in the next 10 years, really rough.
We're there.
I'm through.
I am too.
Look, you've exhausted each other. Oh.
This was a generational discussion.
I actually enjoyed it. Thank you.
Which generation?
Are there any more questions, comments?
Just a comment. This was very, very interesting and well thought out. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And after the layoffs and the pandemic and everything, we were like, we're just gonna put this away and not do anything. And it was like, so no, we're gonna keep moving, even if it's baby steps, right? Like we don't say it, no one else is. And it's gonna become back like it was in the 90s, and it's gonna be a crisis and things are gonna blow up, and it's gonna be triage rather than strategy. And so I appreciate the those warnings are super, super helpful. So just, we really do need to demonstrate that why, and we need supporters. We need to have advocates. We've got to get that figured out because everyone loves it, but we're not complainers. We sit back and say, everything's fine. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it till we don't, right? Like it's different than the other agencies that are general funded. They have no choice but to say, we don't have it. They have no other mechanism, right? And we will never compete with mental health. We'll never compete with housing. We'll never compete with education. So it's how do we get people to care enough? And we know they do, because not once but twice they voted constitutionally to protect their parks. So we've got to figure out how to rally that.
But they think they've done it.
Yeah, and we're horrible about saying it's not enough because it feels weird. It's like, oh my gosh, look what you did for us, and then we're out there going, but we want more, right? Like that's weird. So, so it's all great advice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks,
you.
Matt.
Yeah,
Thank you.
very much appreciate Matt's
Thank
work
you.
in making this.
One other thing on that lottery thing,
Mhm.
the public thinks we take all lottery dollars.
They do.
And they hear what the lottery went and said, oh, we put all that in parks, isn't that great?
All right.
There
There was a lady in the grocery store saying,
Forget
well,
about
damn,
that
Parks
much.
must have got $50 million after that last one. And I was like, that's a federal lottery. I'm like,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I don't want to do this on a Sunday with a person I don't know. I think we're done.
Yeah, okay. We are done.
Adjourned.
So I think now